I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Our merch indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener. We are at the foothills. The imperishable flames. Yep,
You guys, we have a 9-song stream tonight.
9 songs in this bitch. We're going deep into the night.
We are. And this is probably, I think, 9 different participants as well. So that means
they got
there's
9 different
I'm pretty
participants.
sure. I'm pretty sure. But we will find out as it progresses who's who and what's what. We have 9 songs, and this is the Imperishable Flames, as you see over here. They are actually a group of people that, to my understanding, have found each other on the Discord. The way to get on Discord is through Patreon.
Yeah, it was the Discord thingamajig.
And so
do me a favor and Ben or Middle, send me the stream key picture again.
It's in Trello also.
Okay. Well then,
you can screenshot it from Trello. Just click the link.
Keep talking.
So we have 9 different songs tonight. The Imperishable Flames, yes. So they've, I believe, met together on Discord. The funny thing is, usually to have a DJ stream, you have to have 4 or more songs that you've bought, and then we group those together, and then that creates a stream, and you're the DJ for the night. They found a hack, though, because they were like, well, I'll do a full entire stream singularly. So then they grouped together and created, like, a collection of people that created the streams. It was a brilliant way of making it still happen. So yeah, this is
show me the stream key.
Right here on song number 1, right here, and then just screenshot that.
Keep talking to the.
So yeah, we're gonna put their little picture in the corner, but yeah, that's the interesting thing that's going on tonight is the Imperishable Flames. We also will have a second stream by them on the 22nd of December, so prepare ye yourselves for that. I'm gonna enjoy my tea as Vinny prepares the rest of the stuff, and then we are gonna be going straight into song number 1.
All right, song number 1. This is by the Big Homie River, I believe.
Yes.
This is in stream comment.
No, I'm sorry. Don't just go straight to these because. Just go straight to these. So this one is not Riv's. This is Mojo's.
I'm not supposed to read this part?
Yeah, but I'm just. Yes, but I'm just saying, like, this is not Riv's song. Just go where it's numbered. I'll explain that to you after.
Okay, how about you read it?
I can do that. Okay, so our stream intro from the Imperishable Flames is, they say, the Imperishable Flame streams returns with another stacked card with something for everyone to love or hate. Thank you, Vin and Sori, for some late Friday night fun, entertainment, and enlightenment. That's interesting. That means we don't have any sad songs, so I won't be crying. Good, good. All right, so the first song is from the big homie Mojo. That's you, buddy. General band comments, he says. Mammoth, you want to read it or you want me to?
Mammoth WVH is a band fronted by the son of Edward Van Halen. You know Eddie Van Halen? Huh? Wolfgang Van Halen. The name Mammoth is taken from the name that was used by his father's band in the early days before changing it to Van Halen. In the studio, Wolfgang is playing everything himself and currently only uses a band for touring. Wolfgang is an accomplished drummer, guitarist, bassist, vocalist, and keyboardist. He took over as a bassist for his father's band at the age of 17 or so. Many think that the only reason he got the job was because of his last name. In my opinion, after listening to Wolfgang's first 2 records, that couldn't be further from the truth. This guy can straight up play. Since his father's death would mark the end of the Van Halen, Wolfgang has released 2 records. The first record, Mammoth, released in 2021, is good. It was, in my opinion, a solid hard rock record. The second record, Mammoth 2, released earlier this year, is amazing. It's shaping up to be my favorite record of 2023.
Okay.
His songwriting, for the most part, is straight-ahead hard rock, but with some metal rhythm and pop melody thrown into the mix. It's clear that Wolfgang has been influenced by many genres of music. You can hear a lot of 90s hard rock influences in his writing and some 80s thrash. He stated in interviews that his favorite band is Meshuggah.
Okay.
Then throw in the influence of his father had on him, and there is some pop sensibility in there as well. So you can imagine his writing is going to be all over the map. Mammoth WVH, Another Celebration at the End of the World is the name of this track.
Okay, let's check it out.
Dear listener, there you go. You didn't know about that, Riv. And like the man said, if you don't know, now you know, River.
You guys flick that light off.
Okay, guys, here we go. Mammoth, Another Celebration at the End of the World. Lyric video. Let's do it. Song number 1.
If you need.
Sensibility here.
pizza for Mammoth?
You're Eddie Van Halen's son. I get it. I'm with it. I see.
Wow, I can't believe we played the same thing. What are your names? I know, I'm late. I'm sorry. I overslept and my dog is sick and...
I think that's it.
No, wait.
Nope, 10 seconds.
They're gonna respond.
What is this?
Random. Okay, that was
he
the
was
son
late.
of Edward Van Halen. Mammoth is the name of that record.
Yeah.
Okay,
Apparently they like pizza.
so this song took me to an alternate universe
Okay. Where?
that's not really so alternate. So when I first started getting into metal, I did not know what the metal channel was. Now I eventually figured out the metal channel was K-Rock.
Mhm.
But at the time, I couldn't find the metal channel. So I had found basically a hard rock channel, which I thought was the metal channel because they played Red Hot Chili Peppers. And Red Hot Chili Peppers was on MTV. And they were on the same show that Korn was on. Because MTV had like the poppy NSYNC Backstreet Boys. And then they had like, at like 12 o'clock, it was like the rock. It was rock. It wasn't metal. But you would have Korn on there. You would have anyway. So this radio station played Red Hot Chili Peppers. I had discovered K-Rock to like a month or two later. So I'm listening to like a lot of songs like this. They're not metal, but they're obviously not poppy. And there is some like guitar, and it does get you moving. But the content of the lyrics was always basically about like being on the road and like just driving with like your friends.
Okay.
And so like the song took me to like an alternate universe where I was 16, 17 years old, you know, with you in a car, and for some reason it's Arizona. And we're just driving, listening to music like this.
That's so weird.
Because music like this kind of just like, it's like the perfect, I'm young, I'm irresponsible. Not irresponsible in the negative sense, but irresponsible in the sense that I literally have no responsibilities because I'm 17 years old. And so it's like, yeah, because I never really had that kind of moment, you know what I'm saying, in my life. I never had that, you know, everything was always serious all the time.
That's
You know
true.
what I'm saying? And like when I was 16 and 17, I wasn't driving a car. I was in a train. You know what I'm saying? And the train, like, train is cool. Like I never had a problem with it. It's very convenient. But like I would watch TV and, you know, the top would be down and the hair is flying everywhere and they're yelling, yeah, for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Like,
man.
And I would watch shit like that, or I would hear that on the radio and like kind of like float away. You know what I'm saying? Because everything was just so critical all the time in the hood. You know what I'm saying? Even on a train, like, the train ride was dangerous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so to be able to watch shit like that it was cool, you know? And I always think to myself, like, yo, why was I listening to that station Like, I'm not into that kind of music. You know what I'm saying? But that was why I was trying to like.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
But the metal was there, and the metal gets you, you know, to like really get inside of your feelings and your emotions. So once I found that, like, you know, I went, you know how extreme I am. But yeah, man, like that was what the song. What was going on with you with the song?
It was poppy, fun to me. I didn't get to see the lyrics completely. I was just enjoying the song. I can see what you're saying about. It's funny because whenever I think of a road trip situation, I always picture Arizona as well.
Really?
Which is weird because I'm not really a fan
That's
of
crazy.
like. I feel like Arizona doesn't have a lot of greenery, but that's what I picture, like those long desert stretches.
Yeah.
In the car.
Yeah.
Interesting. So.
Yeah. So. I don't know why. You know what I'm saying? But there is.
For me, the song is like that sort of youthful teenage vibe, like
exactly
specifically teenage boy vibe. Because whenever I spent time around the teenage girls, there's a lot of situations. There was a lot of emotions where the boys seemed like they wanted to more like laugh and like just joke around about everything, like annoyingly so. I used to be like a youth leader, so. So yeah, like the teenage girls, there was always like you're always working them through their emotions, their problems and stuff. But then the boys, it was always just a boatload of fun.
Yeah, I bet. I bet I'd have been a boatload of fun if Soraya was my youth leader as well. That to me was like the stupidest idea I've ever seen in my freaking life. I'm like, okay, let me get this straight. We're gonna get the ridiculously attractive 20-year-old and have her. With a bunch of 16-year-old dudes in tow. That makes a bunch of sense. You're going to get a lot of spiritual direction from this one. That was very good strategy.
It did look like they were getting good spiritual direction. But now I look at all of their lives and I'm like, where are the fruits? My labor! But so I picked that. The song kind of had that vibe. Plus the throwing in the middle where they were like, the pizza guys delivering. Probably they were actually recording. And they ordered pizza, and then the pizza guy delivers, and then they end up catching that piece. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he talks about, like, another celebration at the end of the world is the name of the song. And, you know, it's like, if you were talking about the end of the world, he's got his girl with him. They're carefree, they're crazy, they're being irresponsible. He did something bad, she did something bad. He's like, I can see it all over your eyes, but at the end of your day, it doesn't matter, the world's about to end, blah, blah, blah.
Is that what happened?
And like, for me, it's like, there's a certain kind of genre of like celebrating the end of the world that I find very, very interesting.
It's the end of the
world. Because he calls it another celebration at the end of the world. I mean, that's the title of the song, and I just think that's
another celebration at the
end of the world.
Another.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it's like part of me feels like that the celebration factor isn't really about the world ending as much as it is about I'm not going to have to answer for this tomorrow because it's over.
Exactly.
Right? So I'm like, that's a very interesting concept, like in all of our minds, like this concept that, because Kastrup said this. Kastrup is an analytical idealist. I don't want to get into it, but long story short, he believes that God is essentially an unfortunate consciousness, the unfortunate first consciousness who's essentially in solitary confinement because he's the only person there. And because of that, because he's in solitary confinement, he then develops multiple personality disorders, which become us. He really believes that. And he talked about the concept of death, and he said, death is, our human lives are the original mind trying to work itself out. Mm-hmm. And so when he comes to the end of a thought, that is what Kastrup calls death. So, like, it would be like you sitting in your chair and be like, I wonder what would happen if I was like a space alien, right? And so in Kastrup's mind, you actually become the space alien that he's imagining, right? And then you're like, yeah, I would do this, this, and this, and then it's like, yeah, I don't really think that guy explains me. And then he goes off and does something else. That moment when the original mind says, I don't think that explains me, that's the moment of death.
Oh my word!
Right?
Wow, dark.
And so what he's saying is, yeah, but what Kastrup is saying is the alien that I was imagining will feel relief at the idea that he no longer has to labor as
to
be this guy's candidate, basically.
Wait.
So Kastrup is saying you're going to feel a sense of relief when it's over for you. And so collective, if you combine that with Jung's like collective consciousness stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And then you look at people celebrating the end of the world, it kind of lends to this idea that all of us collectively are like wearied with the burden of consciousness itself. And so people are like, hey, the world is ending. Great. It's like, well, wait a second. Isn't that supposed to be like a doomy, terrible feeling? So why is there this like collective version of that is not as doomy? Obviously, we have, doom movies and it's very sad and all the rest of it, right? But there's another side of it where it gets celebrated, and I just think that that's interesting. People seem to be better with the concept of like a mass extinction event for all humanity than their own personal death.
Yeah.
That is another thing that's very fascinating.
I think part of the horror or terror of death for some people is the concept of being completely and utterly alone. And I think that, because we have religion and we have concepts in religion that tells you what's going to be after.
Yep.
And so I think that if you're not predisposed or you don't you lack faith to believe what God said is after you die, then I think that there's a lot of, you can't blame anybody. If you die alone and you go alone, like that's it. That's it. Like there's no escape from it. Mm-hmm. And I think that maybe is a difficult thought for people. If you that explanation that you gave was really crazy in my opinion. Okay, so you're saying you're watching your grandma die, and you're like, oh, this is the ending of the greater mind is bored with her existence, like bored with the concept of who she was. They already played that out. It's done now.
Yeah, it's not bored. It's just the original mind is trying to figure himself out, and so your grandmother was an experimental attempt to figure himself out, and so her lifespan is as long as it took him to think that through. And when he got to the end of it, he's like, nah, she doesn't explain that. So I'm not thinking about her anymore. So now he's not thinking about her. He moves on to the next thing. That's the death of your grandmother is the idea. Because it's no longer an idea. But
I think that's, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Well, what's interesting is Mojo, who I would take as a resident expert on this band and this song, says that this is more about the concept of celebrity, which this dude would have had to struggle with from the beginning because his father is Eddie Van Halen, a legend, right? Mm-hmm. And then he's now famous because he's in the band, but it's like, did you really earn it?
Yeah.
So I think fame for him would be a weird kind of thing, because on the one hand, he'd be seeing his dad, who's legitimately famous, but then he would be legitimately famous just because of his proximity to his dad, which is really interesting. So that's how he looks at it. We're on the right track now. You're every sight and sound, a kiss a casket, and all our rights and wrongs. We're going to take it back somehow. Definitely could see how a person could look at celebrity itself being that too. Solid. Hey, shout out to Canada Rocks.
What's up, buddy?
Say what's up to hell for us if you see her. I'm going to give this one a solid 8.5.
8.6.
What were your thoughts?
What do you mean as to the scoring?
Yeah, well, I was talking a lot.
I think it's, the celebrity thing, like, yeah, I can see that. I actually like the other interpretation better. It's more interesting to me. I also think that it's something that, some of the realest thoughts I feel that I've had have been surrounding death and what that means. And sometimes I like, maybe it's the actor in me, I don't know. I like to put myself in certain mindsets, and so like obviously we have people from our channel that like coming from a nihilist position, like the concept of death as a concept is one thing to like think about and ruminate on, but like to actually look at it like, okay, you yourself, nobody else, just you as a nihilist, you're going to die, and you believe that there is nothing else, nothing after that. And like, what would that feel like? And it's a crazy place to be, because I've lived my entire life as a Christian. So there's never been a moment, like I don't even remember a time in my life where I I didn't have a concept of God. My first memory or reality was God. So to like come out of that mindset.
That's an interesting way to put it. That's mine too.
Yeah.
God is the first memory I had. That's so crazy. The earliest memory I had is God. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yours too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like when you come out of that mindset and then you like position yourself in that other mindset and then you come to the brink of death, your own death, and then what that is, and like I don't know, it's a crazy experience if you can like really like jump into it, and I feel like I have at points, and it's I think a terrifying thought. It's emotional even. It's a terrifying thought to think that you would find yourself on the other side of all that we know, to be alone or to be in like a terrible place, and then like, you know, thoughts of people, you know, we talk about it a lot on the channel because I kind of think it's like a thing for our channel, and people that are, you know, that contemplate suicide and stuff like that, like when people are in that space, and like how you've said before, like what if the decision that you make brings you think that, okay, you know what, fuck it, I'm done with this, it's gonna be better when I'm on the other side. What if it's not? Like that idea, that concept, like it's just a lot to think about. And even though this song was like happy, clappy, poppy and stuff, like the title and like where it went, I don't know, like at the end of the day, when I go through those thoughts, if I leave myself there, it's a pretty terrifying thought. And I think to myself, like, this is some people's reality, and what your reality is, like that's it, you know? Like, so then like when I switch from that to faith, and I'm like, this verse always makes me emotional. I'm not even gonna be able to quote it right now, but there's this guy in the Old Testament, he's talking about like the shepherd that has guided him his entire life long. And that to me, like, is like the craziest thing, that like when I have those thoughts, like alone, like completely alone, it's not the shepherd that has guided me my whole life. He's gonna be there on the other side. And that to me is like, man, I just wish everybody had that faith and that belief, because like I think some of my friends have those terrifying thoughts that spiral down, and they have no faith to pull them out. And that's like a sad, sort of hard, difficult thing. I'm more emotional about it because I was literally thinking about it this morning. So it was just like fresh in my head for, you know. Anyway, so yeah. So it's weird because the song is so like fun and youthful, but then when we started talking, like kind of turned that turn. But yeah, 8.6 for me.
Shout out to Mojo. It's a deep song.
Mm-hmm.
It's a deep song. Shout out to Mojo. Shout out to the Van Halens.
Yep.
We'll be back on the other side,
right
bitches. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy our merch, indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of a pretty important day in Vin and Sori history. Yes, it's brought to you by the Imperishable Flames, dear listener.
Flames. And you notice I added a little flame over here, as well as a heart with a bunch of flames.
Because we deeply love the Imperishable Flames and the individuals which they represent, dear listener.
True.
We are a village. These wonderful people have bought a few songs for us to listen to and enjoy for all. Okay,
yep,
dear
we're on
listener,
song number 2.
We are going to song number 2. We're going to read to you
the intro,
introduction relative to song number 2, and that is by Mammoth WVH again. The name of this song is "Take a Bow." Is this another Mojo classic, dear listener? Is this another Mojo?
Did it say Mojo?
I don't.
Take a Bow is from Mojo.
Oh, another one. Another one.
You know how much we love back-to-backs of the same band because it really gives us a feel? So we understood what the last one was. We'll see what this one's all about.
Yeah, we had done the first one, and the first one was about... It was about celebrity and, like, trying to figure all that out. And it was also about the end of the world, which was in the title. We had a pretty interesting discussion about that. But now we're going to be able to check out a second song from this band.
Sadie?
Shout out to Sadie Douglas. Shout out to
Waldo.
Doug Johnson. Doug Johnson, who says, "What's up, D-Gens?" So we don't know what D-Gens means in this context when Doug Johnson is saying it, because it's Doug Johnson. All right, so let's read the intro for Mammoth WV. That should be interesting. Oh, what?
What is this?
What?
A special announcement?
What? There's been a special announcement. Special announcement. Stand by. Stand
I hear
by.
It's coming.
We hear
a connection's
something
being made.
Some
Wait,
strumming is being done. Hold on.
Is that just?
Okay. 34 years ago today, we lost a very important person in rock and roll history as well as Vin and Sori history. This individual went by the name of John Winston Lennon.
Shout out to the homie.
Mr. John Winston Lennon was born October 9th, 1940 in Liverpool, Merseyside, England during a German air raid in World War II. The rest of the world actually knew him as John Lennon from the legendary band The Beatles. John Lennon, throughout his career, inspired literally millions of human beings, created an image and likeness of God. John Lennon, and I would argue, friend Paul McCartney, in my opinion, based on the information I've looked at in my research, had a heavy influence in Western music from the time they hit the stage in England to the time of the, quote, British invasion, on down to up to very recently last week, where after 50 years, the band still released new music to the awe and gladness of all of their people. We, as members of the village, Vin and Sori, we are just 2 members of this wonderful village. We didn't make the village, we all found each other. And this band and this man has been a bedrock in the life of one of our favorite human beings, created in the image and likeness of God, and certainly crowned with glory and honor, by the name of Mr. Dwayne Chamberlain, who has heroically advocated for the genius of the Beatles.
Defended at times.
And defended Mr. John Lennon. And some would say his overly simplistic song, Imagine, which, contrary to Vin's silly opinion, has inspired literally millions of people to not give up hope in humanity. Which, that one song itself and the millions of people it touched has obviously done way more in the world, way more good in the world, than Vin will ever be able to. So what does his opinion about that particular song? Mr. Lennon was created in the image of God, and as such, he himself was a creator. Not only did he create music that inspired millions of people, he also created music that inspired hundreds of bands and hundreds of genres of music, many of which many people argue, that the couple you see in front of you today would not be in front of you today were it not for the music that Mr. John Lennon and his friends put out into the world. Mr. Lennon, we love you, we miss you, but we're very grateful to God that we still have your music. And in my view, the best thing you ever did was get a guy like Dwayne Chamberlain to love you like he does. You can't be that bad if Jesus loves you and Dwayne loves you. Having said that, we salute you, Mr. Lennon, and everyone you inspired. You know now that you could have imagined it all you wanted, but there is a heaven, and I am sure you're glad about that. Vin out.
Sori out.
See you later, my brother. Okay, Mr. Chamberlain, that was for you. Much love to Mr. Chamberlain. I know it's a March 9th is a big date for me. That was my first celebrity death. Rest in peace to Biggie Smalls. I also know that you genuinely love Dude and genuinely appreciate what he did. And so that was for you, my brother. That was all for you. Okay, song number 2. Thank you, Mojo, so much for being patient for your brother. I appreciate you. If it wasn't you and a couple other people, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to do that. So thank you for loving and supporting your brother. Having said that, let's go. We're going to... What's the name of the song again?
Take a bow.
Where'd it go?
Mammoth, take a bow.
Yeah, if you could show me where you put that, that would be
Well,
great.
you know what? You might have to just... Can you do it this way?
Okay.
Because it's in the downloads there. And
All
I know
right,
it
talk
is
to the people.
because I looked. Yeah, that's true. We could shout out Yoko Ono as well.
Shout out to Yoko Ono.
Where's the... Oh, there it is.
All right, here we go. Take a bow, Mammoth WVH, Eddie Van Halen's son, y'all. Let's do it. A little bit more introspective this one. Yo, how come I never heard of this band, bro? Like these guys should be. They should be. Because they have accessible. He's got accessible
Vocal style?
Yeah, that vocal style is really singable. Like his choruses are strong. I will say, like I always feel like I've heard especially like the first opening to that chorus.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I've heard that before.
Me too. I thought that was familiar.
Yeah, that sounds like mega familiar.
Yeah.
Like so, he's not like the most original stuff in the world, which is kind of like all that we heard yesterday from. From the big homies in Avenged Sevenfold. Shout out to Avenged Sevenfold. But it's good solid rock music, but it's really deceptive because it's very. I mean, it's easy to characterize this band as a pop rock band, but there are some really there's some moments when he gets into like a metal mood, and then there's a second time when I've heard like, oh, this is Eddie Van Halen's son, like you know, the tapping and all that stuff, which I'm not very good at doing at this point. Like
the tapping.
Yeah, there's a concept in soloing where it kind of creates like a very, very distinct type of sound. And Van Halen is like, he didn't invent it, but he basically, you know, eruption that whole thing.
Is it anything like what that, remember that girl Sarah when we went to Yellow Skirt? Like that?
Yeah.
Like that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was her name? Sarah Rose?
Sarah Longfield was
Longfield. You should check out her stuff. It's really good.
Sarah Longfield. Yeah, it's like just straight guitar stuff. But yeah, like, I think this was a relationship song.
Oh shit. I thought it was an end of the life death song.
What? What? End of the life death song? What? Like you just out here trying to kill everybody, huh? What are you talking about? How did you get that?
Well, actually, at the beginning when the song first started, I did think relationship, but then it was toward the end that I thought.
So before that.
Oh yeah, we have an intro.
Before that, I was just like blown away by like the Van Halenism. I got stuck on the thing. Now, listen. So all of our guys, and I just want to say this, okay? It doesn't mean you have to do it. I appreciate when it happens because it gives us some context for the song, but it doesn't mean you, dear listener, need to do it. Okay, but we do have a comment before we go into our breakdown of the lyrics and things like that of the song Take a Bow. Now, I'm going to give you some intel. Wolfgang is the son of Eddie Van Halen. So this is Wolfgang Van Halen's band. And he's basically the guitarist, the drummer, the bassist, everything. He was in the band, I believe, according to the last comment. He was in the band since he was 17. Obviously, people are like, well, yeah, your last name's Van Halen. But as you can see here, dude's responsible for everything that you just heard. Okay? So having said that for context, now here's a specific about this particular song. Being that Wolfgang is the son of arguably one of the most influential rock guitarists in history, I would say he's the most influential. Van Halen is. Like, just on guitar, probably the other Iommi. Iommi's the only person I'd say is more influential than Van Halen. It's impossible to not compare the son's playing to his father's. In most cases, I think Wolfgang manages to stand on his own as a songwriter and musician. Take a Bow is an interesting song, and I think one of the few spots where he's intentionally channeling his father during the solo, which is what I said. I'm very happy that I read this afterward. I remember hearing somewhere, I don't remember where I heard it, so it could be completely yes, but I remember hearing that for this song, he used his father's iconic Frankenstrat to record the solo. Makes sense. I'm leaning more on the side of believing this given the solo is a very Eddie-like solo. Aha!
Okay.
And Jimmy Page.
I didn't want to bring up Jimmy because I
think he means Jimmy Page. He can't mean Jimi Hendrix.
I'm pretty sure he means Hendrix. Everybody means Hendrix.
Sean, when you say influential guitarists in rock, are you talking about Jimmy Page or are you talking about Jimi Hendrix? I don't know if you guys.
You want to bet?
Yeah, I'll bet.
Okay. You do what I want if you lose, and I do what you want if you lose.
Sure.
Okay, shake on it.
All right.
Hendrix! Woo!
Oh my God.
Oh, this is gonna be so nice.
Well, I'm sorry, but in my view, Jimi Hendrix is probably the most, I don't want to say overrated. I don't understand the Jimi Hendrix phenomena. Let me say it that way.
Babe, before he said Jimmy, I almost said Jimmy just to
I
toy with you because
I was certain he was gonna say Jimmy Page.
I feel
Jimmy
like
Page, yes. I could see him being influential. I can still hear Jimmy Page to this day. And when I hear Jimmy Page shit, I'm like, oh my god, I have to go play guitar. Jimi Hendrix, when I hear it, I'm like, yup, that's Jimi Hendrix. And it goes that far. So, I don't understand Jimi Hendrix. Okay. Okay. Now, having said that, we're going to go back and look into this song. I think this is a relationship song. I'm so happy, though, that I made my Van Halen comment about the tapping stuff before I read that. Because now I feel like I'm really in tune here.
In tune with the gods.
In tune with the gods.
All right.
Okay, we continue.
Okay, so obviously at the beginning, y'all are nuts. I mean, I'm just glad, Sean, that you just gave me a free pass. I don't even know what I'm gonna cash in yet.
Luminous Night is so confused. What? Vin doesn't understand Jimmy? I feel confused. Because he's black and he has a bandana. I'm sorry, I just don't see it.
Oh, boy.
My favorite Jimi Hendrix song, I don't even know the title of it, but it was Irene in Black Hawk Down. Irene! The launch code was Irene. You know, you do all these workups at home, you're in theater, you're like, oh, yeah, and then they're like, yeah, no. So then when they finally hear the launch code, it's like, yes, we're gonna go! So it's like, Irene! And then you hear Durant, fucking Irene! And then it's,
oh, really? Oh, okay.
Standing next to a mountain. Then they're up on the little birds and the fucking legs are hanging out and shit. I'm like, oh man, I have to be in the military.
Jesus.
No, shout out to Jimi Hendrix.
You look so cute when you're talking about that stuff, but it's so bad. I need to be in there.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. Please, 9/11, it just happened. Forget it. I was completely ready to fucking go. Okay.
All right. So
what have you? Okay, I can't believe you didn't think this was a relationship
at the beginning
song.
of the song. What's wrong with you? At the beginning of the song, I thought it was relationship, but then by the time the end of the song came, I had gone from that to thinking like, holy shit, Mojo, this is another death song.
There's no way.
When the lights start fading, take a bow. It's over for me. You're wrong at the right time. Save me. Take a bow. You're devastated.
You're wrong at the right time. That's about dying. That sounds a lot more like you're the wrong person for me. But I'm in a vulnerable situation, so I'm going to be with you, even though it's horrible to be with you. You're the wrong person at the right time. That's clearly what the dude was saying. The hell is wrong with you?
Oh,
Am I enough for you, my love?
Yeah,
that's death. That's death. That's death saying, am I not enough for you?
No, I'm saying the beginning was relationship. The second half was about death, but that doesn't make any sense. I split the song in half. Okay, so let's go with it being a relationship song.
Ridiculous.
Falling one by one.
Read the lyrics. Mojo, am I right? Because Mojo gave us the most literal interpretation last time. Mojo, am I right? Is this a relationship song?
I mean, I agree. No, now what have I done? No, how far will you run? Falling one by one. Is that enough for you? What a strange lineup of bands, but I like it. Falling one by one is not enough for you, my love.
I swear I thought it was over. Just let me know when you're done.
Yeah, like I said, first half, relationship. Second half, death.
All right.
I swear I thought it was over. Just let me know when you're done. This is so interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so this is where the person can see that the other person is coming to the end of it, but they're not sure exactly how close to the end they are. And so they're basically saying, just tell me if it's over. Like,
here's my theory. My theory is that the first song was about dealing with being a celebrity or exploring even the concept of celebrity. I'm assuming that this song is off the same record.
Mm-hmm.
If it's off the same record, then it's him dealing with his celebrity. But look at the phraseology that he uses. He says, where is it? I sort of thought it was right there. He says, I swear I thought it was over. Just let me know when you're done. And when the lights start fading, take a bow. It's over for me. So what I'm seeing in that is that he's saying, is this girl going to be done with him if he stops being famous, if he stops being a celebrity, if he stops playing music? there's that insecurity that, are you only with me because, because it says when the lights start fading, take a bow. Now, it could also mean that he's using that term metaphorically. The lights are fading, and he's going to take a bow. She's going to take a bow in the relationship. So it might have nothing to do with his celebrity, but that world is all he knows. So he's using that as a metaphor to talk about the end of their relationship. See what I'm saying? So one of them is just metaphorical, and the other interpretation is that it's causative. If that makes any sense.
Okay. I think that's Mojo. I love it when people say, I have no idea what it's about. Yeah, okay, so I can see that. I think...
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, so... Well, that's kind of like the same thing, like whatever your greatest asset is, you never want to think the person that you're with is there because of that.
It depends.
Just for that.
If you, well, it depends on our culture. If a person says, I love you because I always have deep conversations with you.
Yeah, that's different.
A person is more likely to feel that is a great compliment than to say, I love you because you're so beautiful or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
But yeah, like you don't want somebody to love you for a characteristic that you have no control over.
Yeah.
Right? So like to some degree, you have no control over how famous you're going to be. Like it is what it is. Like 3 years ago, Tom Brady couldn't walk down the street. Now I'm pretty sure Tom Brady can walk down the street. I think so. I think in certain places in America, I think he'd be able to walk down the street, no problem. Definitely not the way he was 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, if you got Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes is good. The ebbs and flows of fame, that's just how it works. I can't tell you how many famous people I walked right past. Like, because I traveled so much. Like, I saw so many Hall of Famers. I'm like, holy shit, that's, one dude from the Lakers. He was so tall. So tall, and every white dude, and like every time I saw him on TV, he was smiling, and like sure enough, in the airport, he's smiling. I'm like, holy shit, this guy! One of my guys, he was like, yo, I was like, yo, but at the time, we had shit. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it just wasn't. But like, you get a different understanding of fame when like both of those, you're going off to, you know what I'm saying, mm-hmm. And then you have this famous person in front of you, and it's like. Yo, but then it's like, yo, this situation is carrying so much gravity that person's really not that big of a deal in this moment. But then when everything is finished, you're going home and it's, yo, I just saw this Hall of Fame guy. Like, what the hell? But my point is, like, celebrity is not what people think it is. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, if that's the reason the girl likes him, he knows it's doomed. Because there's always going to be somebody bigger than you. There's always going to be somebody more famous than you. And again, he's in his dad's shadow. Yeah. And that's not something he's ever going to be able to get out of. Your dad is like a one of one.
Yeah.
Like, there are very few guitarists who are one of one. Like, your dad is one of one. So you're never going to be able to get out of that shadow. It doesn't even matter. If Tom Brady's son began to play football and won 3 Super Bowls in his own right, it wouldn't matter. They'd be like, yo, like Tom Brady's son, he's pretty good. He won half the title. 3 Super Bowls gets you a guarantee. 2 Super Bowls gets you into the Hall of Fame. But it just doesn't matter. So I think, like, that's got to be something where, like, he would struggle with. Like, why do these people like me? That type of thing. And I do think it would kind of give him a nihilistic understanding about his relationships.
I would think so. I would think so because fame is something that people want to jump on. Not everybody does, but there are lots of people that want to get that 5 minutes of fame or whatever it is. So you don't know if the person is just with you for that. Man, I was think when you said about seeing that tall guy, that's like I know, like
Bill Walton.
You're funny because
Middle and Mojo. No, I saw Bill Walton. It was like 2 feet away from Bill Walton. Yeah, go ahead.
On the information that you know, like, you're not going to compromise on that, and you actually look really arrogant sometimes when you're talking about what you know. But your height or anything like that, like, you never look, like, insecure about anything like that. So when you're around very tall people, the way that you act around very tall people is so friggin' cute. I can't even describe it. Because huge. You never look like, you're just like, you don't look like you're insecure about it, or you don't have the Napoleon sort of whatever.
Well, I was looking at my license. I got a new license, and I was laughing because I was talking to the guy and I said, listen, you know, I'm like 5'8", 5'9". The last thing said 5'11", so me and the dude were laughing. Remember I told you I was having a whole conversation, the dude got in trouble, whatever. So I went and took my picture, blah, 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 and I pulled out my license last night, and I'm like, sure enough, he puts 5'11".
He gave it to you.
I just started laughing last night because, like, before I leave, I'm gonna drive by and like laugh at dude, like, dude, you fucking. I told him, like, I'm like 5'8.5" with boots on, like. Yeah, I think.
But yeah, hold on. I was gonna say, I wonder how that would be like if you thought, because you should, like, your kids coming up, because they have what you're gonna teach them, they should be able to surpass you.
Right. That's exactly right.
Like, I can't even, I can't
like Dorian
think of
has already,
anything that, like...
Johan has already surpassed me. Dorian is, as far as, like, where I was at 18 and 14, they've already surpassed me by miles. The girls have too.
But...
by miles.
He's never, ever going to be able to go, and that's, like...
That's why, like,
that's
why, like, I want to keep my kids out of certain professions, because if they go in those professions, it's going to be one of those situations. They'll never be able to.
And if they did, it would be sad.
They'll never be able to do it. They just wouldn't. You see what I'm saying?
They're not predisposed. Like, you have a certain strength about you that they don't have.
Nobody on the planet is predisposed to that shit.
Yeah.
So if they were in
if
they were in that world, they would never be able to. They just wouldn't be able to.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I can see that.
But I know
you have an incredible mind.
I know. As far as where I was at 14 and 18, they're way ahead of me. And you want that for your kid, but you're Eddie Van Halen's son. How does that work with relationships? That must be extremely difficult. Extremely difficult, especially considering he knows. Because when you go around and you tour around and stuff, like, you see how good people are, or not. Like, obviously, I'm not going to mention anything, but, like, there's certain guitarists that I've seen, like, up close. There's certain guitarists I've been, like, 5 feet away from, and I'm like, yo, fucking trash. But, like, I can imagine scenarios where, like, there would be less talented guitarists getting way more props because they made it on their own, whereas he knows how good he is, and he's not going to get as much because, oh, you're Eddie Van Halen's son. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just a lot of situations where I could see where, like, relationship-wise, a girl breaks up with you because she's, oh, this guy's in a bigger band and everything. Like, I'm sure that's happened to him. I'm sure he's been used as a stepping stone to get somewhere else. Like, all those things would affect your relationships. This is a 9.4 for me. Obviously, the Eddie Van Halen impression at the end took my heart, obviously. Really, really good stuff.
9.1 for me. Oh, 9.2. 9.2.
Okay, watching me says, I'm trying, they don't know we are here. What's up? I don't know who we are.
I'm trying.
But shout out to you, whoever you are. We're not ignoring you. I was just very fascinated by the lyrics of the song and potentially the interpretation of the song. So my bad, I wasn't ignoring you. 9.5 for me on this joint. Very guitar heavy.
9.
And I love guitar.
2.
See how evil I made Soraya? Look at her. It got all dark here.
Even I felt chilled by my own face.
Got all dark here. We shall return on the other side of the break. Dear listener, commercial break. Be right back. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
Rubbish. That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Sit down.
Buy our merch indeed, and y'all shall lead them.
So buy our merch. Shoot.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We have come.
You guys, I'm about to tell you what my favorite drink is.
Oh, God.
And you would never have guessed it.
That's true.
Whole milk.
Whole milk.
Don't bring that 2%. Don't bring that 1. Don't bring the skim.
You're messing up
Yeah,
our...
honestly, you gotta stand up.
Okay.
You smell that? You smell that burning?
Yeah, what is that?
That was me making popcorn, but the... doesn't matter. Who cares?
All right. Breaking out the bisexual streamer light. You gotta get up on it, bro. You gotta get up on it. It's a little bit late.
All right.
I gotta tell you though, like the trans flag, like the white, is it blue and light purple? I love the colors of the trans flag.
You do?
I love it.
It's so pastel to me. It's so...
I love it.
I've never been
it's
a
my
fan of
favorite.
pastel.
There's a scene in Spider-Man where like clearly like they're subliminally communicating, but like the art is so beautiful. I get so angry that I did not see that one in an IMAX. Have you seen that new Spider-Man?
When would I have seen that?
Well, when the kids watch it,
No.
it's so beautiful.
Really?
Like it's incredible. Like they made a purpose. We're gonna make the most aesthetically beautiful cartoon ever. It's amazing.
Wait, not the one we saw years ago with them this year.
No. The most recent one. Anyway, here we are. Song number 3. The Endless Fall of Grief, Aeonian Sorrow.
Oh.
Good night.
Right.
The Endless Fall of Grief. This is from the big homie Archero. Starts, okay, from 0 to 923. Okay, perfect. Comments. Aeonian Snow. And by the way, Archero. Chero, let me know, Archero, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Aeonian Sorrow is a doom metal band composed of Greek and Finnish musicians. The band was founded by the multi-talented Gogo Malone, who sings, plays keyboard, and serves as a primary songwriter and lyricist, okay? Gogo is also an accomplished digital artist, having created the cover art for dozens of bands. You've actually heard her before as a guest vocalist for both the bands Ison and Ghost Heart Nebula. I do remember Ghost Heart Nebula, because I thought to myself, that's probably the coolest band name I've heard in a year. Okay. Alright guys, here we go. New Aeonian Snow album is in my top 5 albums of the year according to Middle.
Oh.
So this is going to be a good song, dear listener. Here we go. Aeonian Sorrow. And the name of this song is A Life Without. A Life Without.
Okay, so he's a digital artist?
He's a...
Just one person does the whole thing?
No. The vocalist, the vocalista, Gogo something is a...
is the digital artist.
Gogo Malone. Let me be respectful. Gogo Malone is a digital artist and an accomplished vocalist and a guest vocalist. Shorty does. Okay. Shorty can do it all. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. Make something of yourself, dear listener. Follow Gogo Malone's example. Having said that, here we go. Song number 3. I don't know why.
Dwayne passed out as soon as we finished the thing about John Lennon. He just couldn't even believe it. He just fell to the floor and it was over with.
I wish.
He's asleep. He's a happy man.
What's the name of this? The band again?
Aeonian Sorrow?
Aeonian Sorrow. Here we go. Now. Epic. It sounds like a movie soundtrack.
Yep.
right, that was song 1 off the album. Holy smokes. It was Archero's pick.
Unbelievable. When this song first
Aeonian
started,
Sorrow, A Life Without.
beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. When it first started, the vocal style, like, immediately I was like, no, I don't like the vocal style. But then I was like, let me try to stay open-minded about this because I don't like it. Like, this is the artist's work. And this is what they chose, and this is how they felt best fit with their art.
Yeah.
And so I just sat back, and then it was an incredible journey. And then the female vocals came in on it too, which I didn't expect. Because a lot of times when we listen to songs that I don't like the male vocals like that, I'm like, well, they should have had some female vocals in there. Would have helped offset the dark growl. But this time I let it be to just be like what the artist would want. Like they're putting out their art and like, let's just experience their art. And then I was surprised that the female vocals came into it. Musically, it was just incredible. This could just be a soundtrack alone.
That's a big thing for me about this song was it sounded like the beginning of a soundtrack to a movie. Like it literally could have been
Incredible.
in any Hollywood movie.
Incredible.
That's just the thing for me about metal where I just, it's always human nature to compare and say this is better than that and blah, blah, blah. It's like, listen, I know that, a Jay-Z type guy, blah, blah, blah. Like, I know that those guys are artists and I respect the hell out of what they do. Obviously, I came up in it. We invented an entire genre, so obviously, but I'm sorry, man. When I look at these metal guys and you have to do everything from scratch and, like, dudes are coming up with this shit from scratch, it's just incredible. It's just a different level of musicianship. Like it's almost completely and totally incomparable. Like I'm just blown away by people who, for the most part, are not professionally trained musicians. When I say professionally trained, I'm talking about Juilliard, Berkeley, that type of thing. I mean, you do have some bands like the Dream Theater type bands, but like, for the most part, a lot of these guys are just good guitarists who are on their craft and on their instrument all day and just coming up with just incredible shit that doing different things with the instrument or having a different thematic understanding of what they're trying to accomplish. It's just incredible to watch develop. And it was like, and it's cool too, because a lot of the Doom guys, like, you can tell they're like, listen, we're going to challenge the audience. We're not going to give you this shit like immediately. Your mind is asking for certain chord progressions. Like, your mind is like, I know what you're going to do. And it's like, let's go, do it. And they're like, nope, we're going to make you wait. And then they just slowly develop the rising action. Like, they slowly developed it. And even when, the second kind of movement that they did, they still maintained the growly Cookie Monster type thing, even though they were expanding the instruments and things like that, which I thought was pretty risky. I just thought it was a great sonic sort of platform to house the lyrics that we're going to be getting into, obviously. I just thought it was incredible.
Absolutely beautiful. And luminous, you said it was anxiety inspiring, and I don't know what you mean by that. Can you put like another thing? Also, Luminous Night, if you're in contact with any of the people on Discord or whatever, try to get a hold of my secret email and send me an email. I wanted to chat with you
about the anxiety inducing.
No, about something else. But but the anxiety inducing thing, I didn't know what you meant by that, and that made me curious, because anxiety to me is like is always like a negative thing. It's like that anxiousness that you can't sometimes escape. But then inspiring, I would never put those two words together. So I was trying to like, did it make you feel anxious when you listened to it? Because for me, this song was actually really like therapeutic and calming.
I think he meant anxiety in a good way, in the sense that a good thriller produces anxiety.
I see.
Right?
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so obviously this is dealing with death and the grief and, not necessarily nihilism, but the implications of death and how various sort of ideologies kind of deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
I am not sure that people who hold, I'm not sure that it's necessarily, I mean, I'm sure there are some philosophers who are like to this day still philosophical nihilists, but I'm talking about like at the popular level, at the ground level. I am not sure that people who are nihilistic on the ground level are nihilistic because they've come up with some like logical prepositions that they put together into a syllogism and then boom, they believe that nihilism is the most accurate interpretation of the counterfactuals of that syllogism. Like I don't, most people, it's just the sense of, and it's true, like as you get older, more people start dying. You know, in normal people, in normal people's lives, like the people start dying, like, you know, and then like you hear of people like just dropping, and you know, obviously the COVID thing kind of speeds it up. And the other thing about the COVID thing was that it made our entire country became almost obsessed with death. Every day, people were giving updates about how many people were dying, and that was one of the times when like regular, you know, normal people, I guess, we used to use the term normal for people growing up. But like normal people now started to have to deal with death like directly, and the randomness of COVID apparent, especially at the beginning when the thing was at its height, it just put people in a weird headspace where everybody was like obsessed with death, and it was clear that the markers of death were there, like the mask. When you really break it down, one of the reasons for the heavy rejection of the mask from an evolutionary perspective is really ironic, is that on the one hand, human beings are geared towards survival, and so the mask in that context, given the context that we were given, there's an evolution explanation for why you'd want to wear the mask. But there's also a almost Jungian collective psychological reasons for why there was such a pushback against the mask, because the mask was an emblem of you're going to die. The idea behind the mask was, if I do not wear this, I'm going to get a disease that could kill me. And so the mask became an emblem and a reminder of human beings that you're going to die. And something as insignificant as a microscopic organism can be the death of you. And so, obviously, there was the political ramifications of the mask and things of that nature, for sure. But on a philosophical level, you know, there's a philosophical idea that everything we do is to avoid the concept that all of us are going to die. And so, it puts us in a lot of situations. It's why you like horror movies. It's why you like thrillers, etc., because a horror movie gives you the idea that you can confront death right in the face and walk out completely fine. So you're able to overcome death because you sat through 2 hours of death and you looked at the movie even though it was afraid, even though it was scary, you kept looking at it and you survived to the end of the movie, and then you walk out from this dark theater into the brightness of the day and you come out a resurrected being and you overcame death. It's the same reason you love roller coasters. The same idea. Is we all want to overcome death without dying. And so going to a horror movie ritualistically it's a cultural ritual of death and resurrection. And so like the mask was a major problem for a lot of people, because the mask was one of those situations where you got to be face to face with a horror movie, but you did not buy a ticket. See, there's a lot of intention that goes to, I'm going to buy a ticket and go watch this horror movie, or I'm going to buy a ticket and go to, like, you set that intention and you prepared your mind for it. But when you're going to get your potatoes and you see this giant, hey man, you're going to die one day. If this little bug that I'm trying to protect myself doesn't take me, something's going to. And people didn't like that. That really fucked with them. And that's why you had people saying, why are you wearing your mask in the car? Take it off. And people were like really emotional about it. And I'm like, why are you so emotional about it?
I did see people very emotional about it, but I didn't understand.
I could see laughing at people for it. Now, me, it didn't make any sense.
But
it's like, well, I'm wearing a mask in Walmart. I'm listening to something in my head. I don't know. I don't care. So I'm sure there's a bunch of times, but like, why were people so angry? But I'm belaboring my point. The reason I'm saying that though is because that was one of the first times especially when you're talking about young people, that there was a marker that you could die. There are other professions where that marker's there all the time. You're not going to get out of there. You're not going to go outside of this area without a BDU, blah, 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 blah. This guy has to carry a firearm. Those are all emblems of your impending death, right? So normal people are not situated for those to look those realities in the face every day.
A lot of people avoid going to the doctors because they don't want to hear a bad report. Even if they feel like there's something wrong with them, they won't go because they don't want to hear the bad report, which, you know, could potentially put them in more harm's way. But that concept, when I was a child, when I understood that adults did that, I thought it was so bizarre. But now it makes more sense, you know, like people, it's possible that throughout your life you've practiced a certain level of denial, and then you hit a certain point where it's like, well, you've practiced denial on the lesser things, you're going to probably practice it on the major ones as well.
Yeah, and our chair is saying, like, ignorance is bliss, or, you know, Sadie's saying optimistic nihilism is the way to go, right? It's liberating. It's even in the Bible, isn't it? Eat, drink it to marry, be merry, for tomorrow we die.
Oh, that's what they call it, optimism nihilism? That's interesting, yeah.
Well, that's a form of hedonism that Paul was criticizing. What's interesting, though, Sadie, is Paul did say that in 1 Corinthians 15, but he was saying that in the context of, if there is no real bodily resurrection, if there is no post-mortem corporeal life, then we might as well adopt the slogan of the pagans, eat, drink, and be buried, for tomorrow we die. And so Paul was saying that if there is no bodily resurrection, then the hedonists are right. Because hedonism is a form of nihilism, at least the one that Paul was criticizing, which was saying, look, if all there is, you're just gonna, you know, it's just gonna be black. You know, you're gonna go into the infinite black, and your consciousness is gone, and you're not going to inhabit your body anymore. And so you get 70 spins around the earth, and you're done. Why not max out pleasure to the best of all possible? To max it out. And the problem with people who say that that's a positive way to live is because they are attaching certain moral assumptions to that philosophy, right? Because if a person says, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die, that means maximize pleasure as much as possible because you're going to die anyway. What if the person has inclinations that give him pleasure that you find immoral?
What then?
Like, what if the person takes pleasure in children? There's literally millions of people that, right? So now we're attaching some sort of moral. The person says, well, yeah, but you're taking pleasure from somebody else. But the person says, yeah, but pleasure is the entire goal of life. So what if I can only get pleasure in taking pleasure from somebody else? Should I deny myself that pleasure? There's no answer to that from a nihilistic perspective. It's just, well, I'm uncomfortable with you taking, you know, pleasure in somebody else's misfortune. And the person goes, thank you, that increases my pleasure. Right? So there are people that are like that, right? That get off on hurting other people and then get off on the judgment of other people. Like Vaughn was that kind of guy, obviously. So that's
the judgment. You said?
Oh yeah, he loved it. He loved telling people that he was a killer, he killed all these people, blah blah blah.
Oh, the judgment, people judging him.
Oh yeah, people reacting to it and all that. So
oh my God, that's so bad.
So like this song is trying to wrestle with the concept that these relationships are massively important to us, but then we have this thing on the other side that seems to negate the continuance of those significant relationships. And so how do we put that together? And so like the eat, drink, to be merry, for tomorrow we die stuff, like all of us universally recognize that to be a shallow life.
Yeah.
Nobody says that phrase, and the mental picture that you get is a very deep dude that's contemplated all the slings and arrows of life. Like,
Right.
You know, it's like, that's a good guy to invite to the party, but it doesn't create music like this. Yeah. That's the other thing. Like, you're not going to get music like this from those kinds of assumptions. I just think it's a very, you know, interesting song, and they were trying to deal with things like religion and things like that, right? Like, your image breaks upon the embrowned air and crucifies our souls.
It was so poetic.
Yeah, it was extremely, extremely poetic. So it's like, how do we deal with the fact that these relationships are so significant, but the platform on which the relationships were initiated and experienced is by definition temporary, and if there's nothing after it, is by definition without any meaning. But if the platform itself, if the container of all these experiences is in itself meaningless, then what about all the meaning that you find within the meaningless platform? Okay, and so it's kind of like if we all met each other, which is very, our children's children, this will be a moral dilemma they're going to have. If you meet your significant other in a virtual environment, and you have this is a thought experiment, and you have this incredible relationship with this person in a virtual environment where you guys are interacting via avatars. Does that relationship end when you can no longer pay your subscription and your avatar dies? So now you're in this virtual world and one avatar is dead, but that's the person you've interfaced with the entire time? Or would you say, well, it's time to get your phone number, I'm going to call you and actually meet you. And there's going to be a sense in which you didn't really meet the person truly until you got out of the virtual reality landscape. And so that's a situation where you could have two conscious beings in a temporary landscape that doesn't have any objective meaning in it, that can still develop something real, but it's real because the outside of that platform relationship is beginning. So then the value of the platform, the virtual platform, has nothing to do with the eternal nature or the philosophical significance of the platform in itself. It's significant in that it was a place where I was able to meet your avatar. Because that's what we're saying. What we're saying is this is actually the VR landscape, and there's good scientific reasons to believe that this is a simulation landscape. This is not something Christians came up with. This is something secularists came up with. Yep. Sim hypothesis, whatever you want to say. We were just talking about the tetrahedron, which is a science, there's some physicists that believe the tetrahedron is a basic building block of reality, which, by the way, is basically a 3D triangle, a three-dimensional, a lot of threes in science at the fundamental level. Very interesting. But they've basically said that this tetrahedron is essentially a single pixelated aspect of this reality. Okay? So there are very real reasons to believe that this platform, that the nihilists are right in the sense that life is meaningless if you're talking about this particular VR platform, because it is not ultimate reality. But it is significant because it's a place where our consciousnesses are able to interface with each other in an individuated sense. Right? Instead of all of us just being a blob of consciousness, which is the Jungians and the rest of it, which may be true. Being physicalized on this platform individuates our consciousness so we can interface with each other. And then when we mature past the necessity of needing this platform, then we can graduate to actual reality where we can... My point is, there's a way philosophically and scientifically to harmonize these ideas without having to go into complete nihilism or fairy taleism, where you have no science or logical or mathematical understanding or backing for why you believe that these relationships, these significant, deep relationships, will continue on after we, quote, die. So anyway, I am going to read the email that you sent to me. Thank you very much, Sadie. Sadie's my resident pagan expert. So she helps me out with that.
The song...
This is interesting. Riff says the triangle is the most stable form in construction. Look at any bridge, you'll see a lot of triangles and the stuff holding up. Yeah, that 90-degree angle, right? Because you think about a triangle, it's simply a 90-degree angle, right? That's reconciled with a linear. So, yeah.
You'd think the square would be more stable than the triangle.
A strand, I said my expert.
You mean like this.
Yeah, a strand of 3 cords is not easily broken. Yep. Isn't that interesting? 3 seems to be coded in the universe. Dear
Imagine
listener.
that.
The song's a 9.8 for me.
Holy shit, that's exactly what I gave it.
There you go.
Yep, 9.8. I loved this one. It was beautiful.
I agree. It was a very challenging song. Very, very challenging song. Wow. Who said? Is Archero? Shout out to Archero. Gang shit.
Archero's always going deep.
We'll be back on the other side of the break, dear listener.
back.
We shall return. You guys know what it is. It is the Imperishable Flames. We are Vin and Sori, and this is our commercial. We'll be right back. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes.
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that
can
off.
also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
I should know.
Buy our merch indeed. It shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of the imperishable flames. You can see them up there. They are collective. They are a collective of individuals who basically work the system, and I'm here for it. It is what it is. The system is designed to be worked, dear listener. Okay? We're not going to show you how to do it, but people figure it out. It is what it is. Nothing can be done. Here we go. Yakuza. Be that as it may. Yakuza.
Be that as it may.
Be that. That's the name of it. Yep. Be that as it may. I think this was for
Song?
Randy Underwood.
No, please. Only this. Misery Biz.
Oh, sorry. Misery Biz.
This band is one of the bands that I probably wouldn't have found if I never would have been in this community. It was avant-garde, metal poll, and epic underground way back, where I searched songs that could fit for the poll and then found this song and made me a fan of this band. It was,
Yakuza was formed in Chicago in 1999.
Okay. They're one of those bands.
Y'all
who are
can't
hard
do
to describe.
nothing with this here. For one, I packed 3 9s like the year. Get it?
Get it?
For one, I packed 3 9s like the year. 1999.
1999.
The one, I packed
Oh,
3
for the
9s.
one. I missed the one.
Y'all can't do nothing with this here. For one, I packed 3 9s like the year.
I get it, babe. It's
For
99.
one,
For one.
1999.
I get it. I get it.
They're one of those bands who are hard to describe genre-wise, but I guess the prosthetic record label's description is the best. Staying deeply rooted in the genre, all of its own, Yakuza's existence lies on a metal base with progressive flair, while somehow also incorporating elements of jazz, world beat, and post-rock ambiance. That's when you're supposed to. Good night. The song is from their fifth album of Seismic Consequence. The name of the 5th album is called Of Seismic Consequence. That was in 2010. And having said that,
we're doing a lot of thinking tonight.
we're doing a lot of thinking tonight. It's the Imperishable Flames. You guys know what it is. Here we go, guys. Yakuza is the band. Be That As It May is the song.
Misery Biz is not
here. Ah, this is his song.
So do SGS first.
Do the SGS song first. Okay.
So skip this one, go to the
Please,
next one.
song 4 and 5, Misery Biz is not here yet. Okay, that's fine. Which is why we have these thingamajiggies and you guys run the show. This is why we do it.
Counterparts.
Keep in mind, also, we can put that song into the next one if Misery Biz can't make it at all. There's a lot of things we can do. Okay, We're gonna flip. Counterparts Bound to Burn. Counterparts Bound to Burn is the name of this song that we're doing. Okay, Misery Biz is here.
All right, then start it.
So we're gonna do Yakuza.
Shout out to Ben for lying to us.
We've already done the introduction. Here is Yakuza. Be that as it. Who lied to us?
Ben's the one that said he's not here.
He wasn't. He literally just stepped
I was
in.
teasing, babe.
Oh,
Honestly.
be that as it may, Yakuza. It wasn't obvious to me. Let's go.
Beyond this world, million dreams fade out before the dread. Time will not be forgiven. I can see beyond this world, million things created before you happen. Time will not be forgiven. How long will you break away from the truth? The terror of the unknowing will be your undoing. How long will you lie on the fables? Million schemes played out before your eyes, and you beg for more. Into the arms of your maker we dance the dance, St. Vitus dance. Into the arms of
interesting one.
Holy sh!
Oh, what?
This band is incredible. Incredible. So yesterday, I forgot the name of it was A7X. It was that More and More and More song. I said, this is the most original song I've heard all year. You know, the more of this, more of that. I hate this. I'm sorry, A7X, but you just got dethroned.
Okay, is this sonically or lyrically?
Both. It's the most original song I've heard this year. The A7X song was incredible. It really, really was. I think the thing is, like, A7X was like, yo, we got to do something different.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
Yep.
And these guys, like, they live in different. And so, like, different is their native land. And so, like, A7X was experimenting and they knocked it out of the park, at least with that song.
Mm-hmm.
But this band, whoo.
This is something else for you?
It was something else.
Is this playlist worthy?
Yeah. It's a 10.5 for me.
Oh, wow.
Score wise. Yeah, I mean, it's first of all, Archero was the one that put me on to, like, the horn and the sax and stuff, blending so well with metal.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really know that could be like that unless until Archero started with his stuff. And I remember the first time, like, somebody said something about a sax or something like that, I laughed. I was like, oh, for real, it's gonna be. I was like, it's ridiculous. Violin makes sense. Cello makes sense. But a saxophone, no. A horn, no.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Now I see it all over the place. That Polyphia song, that Ego Death song that they did with Steve Vai at the end.
It changes.
And then they all turn around and then they're looking at the horn player and he's just up there and oh my god, like, it's incredible. It's incredible. But this right here, and I do think Archero's right. Vin has a jazz fan inside of him that's begging to come out. I didn't know how much of a fan of jazz I am, but I'm a massive, massive, massive jazz fan. Like, when I get out of purgatory, that's one thing I plan to do. I plan to stay in a cave for about 7 days straight and learn jazz.
No kidding, really?
Yeah. Nobody's gonna see me for like a week. I'm gonna emerge like a monk.
What else? Just deliver food to the door?
Yeah, just deliver food to the door while I'm in the midst of the shit. I mean, it is absolutely incredible. To Ben's point, it's like, I thought I had the song figured out. I'm like, okay. And then when they did that break, it was like, yo, this was crazy.
Yeah.
What was going on with you? And lyrically, I'm like, it took me a lot to kind of get my head around what I thought he was trying to say, but I figured it out.
Okay.
Toward the end, at least for myself. But
it was, like, it had like this beauty to it. Again, like, the songs tonight have been very interesting. All kind of like have this sort of depth to them, and I could feel the depth as the song progressed. The transition in it, when it was right at the part, I'm sure it's the same part you were talking about. Ben was like, I was not gonna like this song, but then this happened. Like, that point of the song where it switched like that, I was like, okay, this is.
I was looking at the timestamp for the first half of the song. I'm like, here we go. I'm like, why is the song this long? Because it's like 9:52 or something like that. I'm like, why is the song this long? For this, I'm like, oh my god, here's one of these like long drawn out, doom whatever things. I was like, oh my god, here we go. And then as soon as I had that thought, boom, it transitioned. And now when I listen to it again,
right at that point,
it literally was at that, and it was crazy too because I'm watching the comments because there's like a 2 or 3 second delay, so I'm like watching the comments and like I feel so bad for Sadie. Sadie bounced like 5 seconds before the transition happened. Yeah, and I was like watching people, and people were like, all right, cool, and then bang, it was incredible to me.
Yeah,
it was absolutely incredible to me.
I was surprised by that transition as well. I really liked it. Lyrically, though, when I was reading the lyrics, they sounded like really like kind of poetic, and they kind of drew me in, but I really didn't know. Every time I thought I had an understanding, it turned out I really didn't feel like I did as it progressed, so I'm curious about your take on it.
Yeah.
This Vin guy is interesting. Not too bad.
Van Middle
He has
Earth.
many interesting opinions, not the most. Pretty.
Yeah, this Vin guy is pretty interesting. He has many interesting opinions.
Yep.
Many interesting. Not the most interesting, but
Not the most.
pretty interesting. It's very, very nice. Very nice. Okay, so my theory on this is that this is actually the Earth speaking to us.
Oh.
And the Earth is saying, I can see beyond this world. A million dreams fade out before they're dreamt. Time will not be forgiven. I can see beyond this world. A million themes created before you happened. Time will not be forgiven. How long until you break away from the truth? The terror of the unknowing will be your undoing. How long will you rely on fables? A million schemes played before your eyes, and you beg for more into the arms of your maker. We dance a dance, a saint Vitus dance into the arms of the ether. Amidst this chaos we meet again. I'm the ruler of these lands, lands flawed. Ancient prophets, no match for me. Generations lost in the blink of an eye. No one can save your soul, it's mine now. Fall away, no tears in your eyes. Child, take my hand. Together we'll rise above. We will persevere. Our bodies will work as one, intertwining in peace. As your mother, I will always be here to nurture and nourish you. Nurture and nourish you as your mother, because it's Mother Earth speaking.
I see.
So Mother Earth is basically saying to humanity, like, look, there's a lot of people here before you. There's a lot of shit happening before you, and a lot of shit that's going to happen after you. You're not as significant as you believe you are. And in order to deal with the fact that you're afraid of your own impending death, you come up with fables and rely. That's why he says, how long will you, she says, how long will you rely on fables? And then talks about the prophets and your maker.
Yeah.
And the idea is that you're giving God credit for being your maker, when in reality, from this worldview, it's Mother Earth that gave you your life. And at the end, Mother Earth says, I am the ruler of these lands. Amidst these chaos, we meet again. So because, Earth came out of chaos in this worldview. So Earth came out of chaos in this worldview. We meet again. I'm the ruler of these lands, lands flawed. Ancient prophets, no match for me. So you got all these prophets talking about this stuff, but the Earth swallows them up too. They die just like everybody else. So the Earth is basically like spiking the football. Like, there's all your prophets. Like, what good are they? Because none of them can overcome me. I'm swallowing them up just like everybody else. Generations lost in the blink of an eye. No one can save your soul. It's mine. Fall away, no tears in your eyes. Take my hand together, we'll rise above, we'll persevere. Our bodies will work as one, intertwined in peace. Because when you go back to die, your body goes back to the earth. Yep. And, Neil deGrasse Tyson has this big thing about dying where he tries to pity it out. Let my body go down there, let the worms consume me, blah, 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 blah. Because then he talks about, like, he'll be there and fertilize a tree and a kid will pick an apple and blah, blah, blah. And so, in that sense, Mother Earth is saying, we're going to be as one. You're going to go back to the earth, and you're going to contribute to the growth of the earth. And so our bodies will be intertwined in that sense.
I see.
And I'll nourish you and nourish you forever, whatever.
Oh,
so,
okay. All right.
That, to me,
I don't think I would have gotten
the entire thrust of what...
I see what you're saying, though, the Mother Earth stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have got there.
Well, but like I said, I was kind of guessing throughout, but then when I saw the mother and the nurturing part, everything else made sense to me from the Mother Earth perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Misery Biz is the one that selected it. So Misery Biz, what's your thought? Do you think that that's what it's talking about, or did you have something else? What did you think was going on with the song?
I didn't know. I really didn't know what was going on with the song. I couldn't even, there wasn't enough lines that I could like stick together that made me get an understanding. So
interesting. Yeah, I just think it's talking about that, and again, it's this idea that we are coming up with all this stuff because we can't deal with the emptiness of reality. But what folks who believe that or posited that theory, they never answer the question: if chaos is the ultimate truth in the universe, then why this obsession with order and purpose?
Yeah.
That makes no sense. A person, and even from an evolutionary beneficial perspective, it still doesn't make sense, because a lot of things people do for the concept of purpose end up being counterproductive. Like, for example, religion. Most of these people's worldviews that religion's a bad thing. So it's like, well, it's this innate desire for purpose that drives people to create religions. Now, I don't believe in this worldview in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying, it seems to me that the people who say they believe that don't believe it either. Because they don't even try to labor to give an explanation as to why people would be so ate up about having a purpose. Everybody knows what it feels like to feel purposeless or useless or whatever.
Yeah.
We all know what that feeling is, but
Yep.
there's no explanation from a secular understanding as to why beings who inhabit a universe that is dominated by chaos, why then this insatiable desire for purpose, so much so that people leave the planet if they feel they don't have it.
Yeah.
It's never been explained and it's never been interrogated, and that's something that I would like to see these folks really go in on. And to me, they never go into the second degree of the thing. What they always say is, well, you're just looking for purpose because you don't want to believe that your life is meaningless. Okay, that's degree one. But there's never the second question, which is, why are people obsessed with meaning? This is not. By the way, it's not a phenomenon of religious people. This is also a phenomenon. I see it more among internet atheists than anybody. Like, I'm in these forums and they're in debate forums, and it's like, okay, cool. And it's clear to me that a lot of these atheists on these forums get some sort of purpose or meaningfulness by going on forums talking about how there's no meaning to life. And I know this because I say, well, then why are you here? If there's no meaning to life,
What do they say?
why are you wasting your time trying to convince people who are so deluded and crazy that your way of looking at the world is right? Why? Go out there and eat, drink, and be merry. Why are you on an internet forum doing it with us? It's because it gives them purpose. That's why. It's because they've sat around and looked at the ramifications of the worldview, and the one benefit of that is that you get to watch as much porn as you want, get as much abortions as you want, do whatever you want, right? So that's one benefit, but the other benefit of that is you get massive emptiness. And so the way they deal with that emptiness is to go after the people that make them feel guilty for their moral decisions. And in that, they get some sort of purpose in and of itself. Now, the response that they normally give you is, well, your fairy tales are affecting my life because, politics. And I'm like, you have 2 senators. How many times have you called them? Never. You don't even know what their names are. Shut the fuck up then. You're not here then because I'm affecting you politically. Stop it. I have a political channel. There's a lot of political channels you can go to that'll get you a lot more approximation for real issues. Stop lying and saying you're in an atheist Christian forum because you want to convince Christians that you're right so that we can vote differently. Stop it. That's not why you're in the forum. You're in the forum because it gives you purpose, because your life is empty and you want to be around religious people because you want to hear about God. You want to mock it and act like you don't believe in it. But those people that inhabit those forums believe in God more than the Christians I know.
Oh, wow.
That's factual. That's just factual. So, I love the song because I thought it was a very good explication of that worldview. I just, philosophically, it seems to me that the base presupposition is so weak that it cannot survive basic interrogation, and that's why we've never had a second degree questioning of that, kind of throwaway premise. And it's one of the main reasons I think that it's one of the main reasons that the internet atheist stuff is just starting to just completely fall apart.
Yeah.
Completely fall apart. And I think that's a good thing. And whatever is next is going to be very, very interesting. But it's going to be something cosmic, I can assure you. 10.5 for me.
Probably a 8.7 for me.
8.7? Are you kidding me? With this genius of a work?
Yeah. Wait.
8.7. Unbelievable. I think I'm an atheist now. I've just come out of the closet as an atheist, dear listener.
Yeah, no, 8.7. 8.7 for me.
How dare you? All right. We've got more music coming on the way. I was about to hit the finish button.
Oh, no. No.
I was about to hit the finish button. We will see you on the other side of the break, dear listener. Vin out.
Sorry, out.
Gone. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of the imperishable flames.
Here they are.
Stream. Here we go, guys. We are on song number 5. For the big homie, the name of the song is Counterparts. No, the name of the band is Counterparts. The name of the song is Bound
to Burn.
Holy shizzle
I
whizzle.
have no song comments, says SGS. Let's just let it rip. The song speaks for itself.
We're gonna let it rip. The song speaks for itself. Let me go ahead.
All right, SGS. It's funny. I saw SGS come into the comment section, and I was like, "Oh, I'm surprised he's not in the stream, like in the lineup." And here you are.
And here are the lyrics, dear listener. And here is the band. The name of this band is Counterparts, Bound to Burn. And let's do it. It's the song of my life. Yeah, man. That's always kind of been the thing. Like, yo, let me leave. I've given enough. I remember being in that conversation with like a group of people.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where I was at. I was like, yo, I'm good. I'm pretty sure this is a relationship song though. I don't know. This could be a Christian
This is
band.
another one that I thought was about death. And you're saying it's a relationship song.
I said it could be. It could be about a lot of things. I mean, it could be about, you know.
I thought he was talking to God.
It could be about, you know, when we first started this channel.
Shit. What do you mean?
Appointed the shepherd, appointed to a corpse. Let me go. I've given enough.
Like, yeah.
Kind of a true to life lyric for me, man. Like that was, you know, replace me with a pawn. Yeah. A victim unaware, you know, like that. There's a lot of ways you could talk about this situation. And it could be a relationship, it could be a situation.
Yeah. See, I thought it was a person talking to the pawn, a victim unaware, the shepherd appointed to a corpse. I thought he was talking about that Jesus was there, like he's talking to him, but at the same time he's saying like he wants out, and he's saying just replace me with a pawn, because you
Who
know
wants
people
out?
will.
Jesus?
No, the man singing, and that he's saying, replace me with a pawn. You know, people will say that God is just using everybody like a bunch of pawns.
Yeah.
So I thought he's basically telling God, like, switch me out for someone else. I don't want to do this anymore. Just put another one of your pawns. A victim unaware, like, anytime that God puts somebody in this situation that they're feeling like this or whatever, they're a victim unaware, like they're walking into it and it's not going to go well for them. The shepherd appointed to a corpse. I took that as the shepherd was Jesus. Is called a shepherd, but when it said appointed to a corpse, I thought that was he's talking about himself, like he feels like a corpse and he wants out. So, and then he says, collected from my cross before my breathing stops, a testament to routine sacrifice. Bound to the burn, right? I just thought he was basically throughout the song, just in different ways, saying like he's already put out enough and he wants out. He wants to be done with life. How I long to watch the curtains close. Bound to burn.
Yeah, it's a guy. It's a guy who's bound to burn is a sacrificial imagery, right?
Yep.
You kill the sacrifice. You bind it to the altar, and then you set it on fire.
Oh, I was reading that as you will inevitably burn. It's bound to happen.
I think he's just going along with the sacrificial language of, getting off the cross, that type of thing. Being taken off of a cross, that's a sacrificial place. He literally used the words, a testament to routine sacrifice. So when it says bound to burn, that's again, you put the sacrifice on there, you cut its throat, and then you bind it on the altar and you set it on fire. As a matter of fact, the whole situation with Isaac when he was going up the mountain.
Yeah.
In Judaism, it's called the binding of Isaac. It's not called the sacrifice of Aeonian. It's called the binding of Isaac. Okay. And what he was gonna do was cut his throat and then set him on fire, because the idea was the fire was going up. Yeah. So it's a way of you transferring that whatever you were sacrificing up to the heavens. So when he's saying in this song, I'm tired of living a life of sacrifice. I'm always being sacrificed for people. That's what he's saying. So that's why he's like, collected from my cross. He's talking about being a testament to routine sacrifice. It's happening over and over and over again. And he's saying that's why at the end of the song he says, let me get out of here. I've given enough.
Yeah.
I've sacrificed enough for you people. And obviously, like there's people that feel that way, whether it's true or not. People feel that way. The problem is when people, and this is something that the Lord worked a lot with me, to not have, quote, bitterness against people, because that's like one of the things I see with people like that. Like when you feel like you put out so much for people and people use you or whatever. For me, I'm really good about this, like for everybody outside of my circle and my family. If you're in my circle, then I have certain kind of assumptions. But like, if you're somebody that will actually stop and listen to people and actually hear them, then on top of that, if you can love them through it, not judge them, and then on top of that, if you can offer up some sort of solution or some sort of relief or some sort of way of absolving the pressure or the guilt, people are going to want to hang on to that because they've never had it. And so they're going to be saying things like, oh, this person. And they're going to jump on you. And as much as you give of yourself, they're going to take it. That's just, people are hurt. They're trying to survive. And kind of the imagery I was given was kind of like, look, if you wake up in the middle of an ocean and the thing is gone all over the place and you get this one log, you're going to hold on to that log for dear life. And then when you finally get to the island, you're not going to say thank you to the log. You're going to throw away the island and throw away the log and run onto the island. It's like, that's what you were. And like, that's what you allowed yourself to be. So you can't be resentful for this person for trying to survive. They used you to try to survive. They weren't saying, man, fuck that guy. I'm going to suck the life out of him. And then, they weren't doing that. What they were thinking was, I'm dying here. This dude can help me. And so when I look at it from that perspective, like, you can't be angry at those people. Like, I look back at that time period and yeah, like people were hitting me up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, like, when you become that kind of person for people, it's what I said yesterday. People are always going to crucify their saviors, right? And so I really, really resonate with the song, but I would have really, this would have been like on my shortlist playlist, like when we first started the channel. I'd have been like, oh, like God knew what he was doing, not showing me this song. Now I'm a lot more mature. I've thought through a lot of the things, and I could genuinely say, like, I got no issues with none of those people because they were dying and I gave them a life raft, and it just so happened that they interpreted it as I was their life raft. And for some of them it was. I mean, people were like, yo, I was going to kill myself. Okay. So, but now I'm in a different place where I'm a lot better at, drawing those boundaries and things like that, and not allowing myself to get to the point where I'm like, man, fuck these people. And you see that in the Bible sometimes. Like, Moses, like, I didn't bring these people up. These are your folks. Leave me alone. Let me die in the desert, and you fucking handle these people because I can't deal with these people. Like, it's even there in the Bible. So it's like, if you're one of those people, somebody's always talking to you and all the way, you just got to understand, like, you have to set personal boundaries for yourself, because the people that you're helping are not going to recognize those boundaries, man, because in their mind, they're drowning and you're going to give them a life raft. So you can't rely on them. Oh, it's common decency. You cannot rely on them to set those boundaries. They're not in a headspace where they can even do that. You have to set those personal boundaries yourself and say, I'm not going to allow this. You know what I'm saying? And it would help you not be so angry at the people you're trying to help at the end of the day. So
the flip side is true, I think, as well. Again, sometimes when you speak about your experiences, I just don't know how many people can relate to that. I don't know how many people are the life raft. Maybe there's a bunch of people that are the life raft in their situations. But
no, most people are not the life raft.
Right.
Most people, I'm just talking to that one or two,
Yeah.
guy or girl, one out of every, 10,000 people that's going to be that, because you're going to basically do that shit alone, my guy. That's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? So
I think it's,
I really
I
appreciate the song.
For the people that aren't the life raft, to recognize that, like you said, we always crucify our saviors, So when you recognize that you're the person that's like needing from another person so much, like, there's literally I don't believe there's any other answer for that besides, like, you actually need a God. That's the reason you're going to somebody and you're trying to draw from them every godlike characteristic that they have, is because you have your spirit that is oftentimes separated from our minds, is on a deep quest for God. But sometimes our minds don't recognize it, and neither do our hearts. And so we're like digging at everything in the dirt around us, trying to find that thing that's going to fill that spiritual. I mean, the Bible talks about like hunger and thirst. Like, that's the example that it gives. Like, we know what hunger and thirst feels like, but we don't oftentimes know what it feels like when our soul is hungry and thirsty. And so when we're in that situation,
we're ravenous because we've been starving for so long. And so it's important to like feed your spirit. Otherwise you are going to do that. You will draw and drag every ounce of whatever that other people can give you, because you're trying to find something, and you're trying to fill something, and you're trying to escape from those negative feelings that you have. But when you can recognize where you can actually get that feeling from, it's different. But I think that a lot more of us are in the situation where we're sucking the life out of people because, you know, we're tired inside, or we're whatever inside.
Yeah, and Ben says, if you see it that way, how do you not become an asshole? And the answer to that is, I don't know. Because there's a lot of people that are like, man, fuck Vin, man, he's an asshole. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You just have to define. I mean, luckily for me, you know, as a Christian, I don't have to make up the terms like, what does it mean for me to be an asshole? You know, I go to the Bible and I'm like, okay, I was being a dickhead, so I got to apologize or whatever. I do think it's important to have your own definition of those terms. You certainly can't leave it to the people who are using you to come up with those definitions, because once again, they're only seeing it from their perspective. They're not bad for thinking that. You know, you might be. Anytime somebody accuses me of that, I don't really spend a lot of time on it. You know, Paul said, I don't see anything in myself that makes me guilty, but that doesn't mean I'm innocent. We'll leave it to the Lord to judge. So if somebody says, oh, Vin, you're being a dick, it means I hurt their feelings. Now look, if you hurt somebody's feelings, sometimes people's feelings need to be hurt. So I don't worry about that either. If I hurt your feelings, I ask the Lord, like, where was I at? Where was my heart at? And if I don't hear anything, like your heart was off, then I don't, you know, it doesn't matter. But more often than not, if somebody comes back and says something and I look back at the situation, 8 times out of 10, my heart's in the wrong position. And so to whatever degree my heart was in the wrong position and I get convinced of that, then I'm going to apologize. I mean, it's that simple.
That's interesting. So you asked God, where was my heart at?
Yeah, because that's all that's important.
Often.
That's the only thing that's important is where was my heart at, you know?
Yeah. I think I've asked myself, like, where did my heart with that? But I don't think I've ever...
Well, I just realized that, and all of us are like this, we can always defend ourselves successfully to ourselves. If we're the judge, we're also the lawyer. We're the defense attorney and the judge. So it's kind of, you know, if you're doing self-commentary. So I just say, where is my heart at? And it's the Lord's pretty quick with that answer. And then that's how I decide if I'm going to apologize in a given situation. But I can't leave that to people, because if you leave it to people, you're going to be a slave to people's opinions your whole life. And I don't know how to do that outside of the Christian worldview. But however you do it, you got to figure it out. Otherwise, you're going to get dragged around by the nose by people all the time, trying to emotionally blackmail you into whatever. Song's a solid 9.4 for me.
I'm going to give this one I do think it was a 9. I'll give it a 9.
Yes, indeed. We shall be back, dear listener. A lot of cool stuff still on the way. We got 2 stuff from the big homie River freaking Roth. Legendary freaking villager for sure. We shall be back on the other side of the break. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
Rubbish. That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. It wasn't my plan, totally.
Yeah, I don't have an issue. I'm just saying, I don't want you to.
And a child shall lead them to buy our merch. The stream is still happening, you guys. We're in the middle of a. I'm gonna pretend this is just my channel. The stream tonight is the Imperishable Flames. We have 9 contestants that are playing our reaction channel game. I just think it's more fun to call something a game. Yes, don't worry, guys. It's not been the rapture. We're all still here. Okay, I'm going to read the intro.
Not necessarily the most comforting thing in the world.
We're all still in so true. We're all still here. You can wear this this skeleton mask over here. Here. I'm gonna read the intro now.
Okay.
Wait. I think it's better.
Uh-oh. Yeah, get out of the way.
Oh, you coming in?
Yeah.
Come on in.
That's pretty cool, actually. Ask Sori anything. The Sori Show. Remember this conversation we had in the car?
Yeah. Well, I just said it. This is my show. Okay. I'm gonna read the intro now. Where's?
What is this?
What is this monstrosity?
What is fuckery?
Imagine if you imagine if all of a sudden, like, I started showing up with a mask every single time, but it wasn't actually me. If I was, like, done with the channel and you had somebody else's sit-in. Because people would...
And then your voice, that this person is also impersonating your voice as well.
Yeah.
Geist of Ragri, System of a Down.
Oh, shit. Wait, if this song is the band System of a Down?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. It looks like...
No, System of a Down, Holy Mountains Live. Okay, Holy Mountain of System of a Down's Hypnotized album is among, in my view, System of a Down's best tracks. And due to our current events in another song, Stuck in My... And due to our current events, another song stuck in my brain. The song is about the Armenian genocide, the first modern genocide committed by the Turks against the Armenians, and one that is seldom recognized as a genocide for political reasons. As System of a Down is made up of Armenian Americans, they of course have a direct connection to that horrific event. As Joe Kasabian, an Armenian American podcaster, put it, when you meet another Armenian, one of the questions asked is almost always about the genocide. Who did they lose?
Shout out to Anna Kasparian.
Yeah. This live performance...
Working with the Young Turks.
Crazy. This live performance in Armenia on the 100th year anniversary of that horror is among the best live performances. Holy shit. Okay.
All right.
Ooh, this is going to be painful, I think.
Their biggest song, I also believe, was about the Armenian genocide.
Oh, really?
Wake up.
Oh, that one is?
Yeah. Self-righteous, When Angels Deserve to Die.
Yeah.
All right, guys, here we go. System of a Down. Okay, so are we doing Holy Mountains live in Armenia?
Yeah, that was the one.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to
Ben is freaking out.
I just wanted to make sure. Yeah,
all right.
Live in Armenia. Okay.
All right, let's check it out.
All right, let's check it out. System of a freaking Down, dear listener. You know what it is.
Yep.
Vin and Sori, River Roth. Y'all are not ready. Here we go. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There'd you go.
Armenian genocide. A peaceful, global movement that's working to end the worldwide cycle of genocide and build a better future for Armenians and Turks based on truth, and justice. This international effort has been joined by courageous women and men within Turkey who, at risk of prosecution and persecution, are rising above hatred and openly calling for recognition and reparations. They are few but fearless. They are waking up the souls of their own system, their own society, their own history. They have chosen. Now it's time for us to choose, for the world to choose. Stand with these brave souls seeking justice for genocidal crimes, or side with the states that seek to silence them.
honest with you, I am not certain. So the Ottoman Turks during the Ottoman Empire, and this is at the waning stages of the Ottoman Empire, which was essentially the final Islamic Khalifa. They did a mass persecution of the Armenians who were mostly Christian. They crucified women. They did all types of horrible shit. Now, everybody knows my affinity for Islam. Unfortunately, there is Quranic and Hadithic justification for everything that was done to those people. People say, why you always defend Islam, blah, 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 blah. I have my own personal spiritual reasons for why I always defend Islam or whatever. One of them is that there are 1.5 billion Muslims on the planet. And just as I said that there are Quranic and Hadithic justifications for doing that to people, there are also Quranic and Hadithic justifications for living in peace. And the vast majority of Muslims have chosen that. And so to use instances where a small fraction of people decide to do something and then use that as justification for, let's say, I don't know, massacring 17,000 civilians, 11,000 of which are children. You'll miss me if I tell you to shut the fuck up, because you don't know what you're talking about. But there was a genocide, an Armenian genocide, prosecuted by Turks, who are obviously a country now in the pocket of the United States, and we need, the fact of the matter is the Middle East is a major trade route, and we have to have peace over there, and so we've got Israel literally as a military outpost for U.S. weapons, as our weapons are currently being used to disassemble Palestinian children as we speak. But the Turks and the Americans, we were obviously using Turkey as a staging area in theater and other things. I can tell you that definitively when we were fighting ISIS. We even had their president do some propaganda flying on the thing after Kasaspa was burned alive. He was a Jordanian pilot. Sorry, this is a Jordanian guy that did that stuff. But my point is, the last kind of thing I talked about relative to us in Turkey was the whole YPG situation over there. That was talking about the supposed genocide that the Turks were going to take part in, but that's a completely separate story. But my point is, we believe we need an alliance with Turkey, and Turkey doesn't want it recognized on the world stage that their people, during the time of, around the time of Adolf Hitler, committed a genocide themselves that was obviously dwarfed by the Nazi Holocaust, but was still a very, very brutal, ugly, nasty, terrible one. And there's been this giant mum's the word on it. Obama was under some pretty intense pressure to declare it a genocide. It was never declared a genocide during the Obama administration. Look, man.
Wow.
This is one of the reasons I think there's a lot of hostility, and I think a lot of Zionists are awakening to a reality of a new world where common people now, common unwashed masses like you and I can now educate each other about things like the Armenian genocide.
Yep.
Because the fact of the matter is, there's only been one genocide that all of us were taught about. So that's why that Ben dude can get on TYT and say nobody in the world has been persecuted like his people have. So now, all of us are saying, wait a second. There have been genocides all over the fucking place. Especially once the secularists took control of the world. Sorry, River, don't be angry at me. But we're
Romania had a pretty significant.
We're talking about that time period. But I'm specifically focusing on the Armenian one because there was absolutely a religious motivation in that one. You know, the Nazis, the Nazi stuff, the communism stuff. Those were secular enterprises, but the genocide of the Turks, I'm sorry, it's complete historical revisionism if you say that religion wasn't front and center of that, because it was. And as I said, there is Islamic justification, and you will never hear Western Islamic scholars. You know, Yasser Qadhi, I just listened to a khutbah about Yasser Qadhi, and he was talking about the slave revolt in Abu Hiha. It was someplace in Africa. This obscure place that nobody's heard about. And he's also talked about the final days of the Ottoman Empire, but nothing about the Armenian genocide from Yasser Qadhi or Umar Suleiman or none of the other major standout Islamic figures in the West. They don't talk about it because they know what they did was fucking criminal and unconscionable. And the fact of the matter is, they're going to have to go into the Sharia, and they're going to have to deal with the fact that the Quran itself, it tells you to crucify troublemakers in the land. It literally uses that term. So I'm sorry, when those Turks started crucifying Christian women, there is Quranic justification for that. Red. There's Quranic justification for that. I'm sorry, but it is. There's no way around it. So, you know, it's an ugly moment in human history, but I'm very, very, I respect the hell out of the System of a Down, for
talking about it.
For talking about it.
Yeah.
But I do think it gives broader context to a lot of when I listen to Zionists in the media, I can tell they're very, very surprised at the backlash. And a lot of that has to do, Zionistas, with the fact that now all of us can share these stories about the Armenian genocide. And we can talk about Pol Pot. We can see that the story of humanity in the Western world for the last 100 years has been nothing but genocides. So now, when I've got a group of people that have been under oppression for 30 years, and I've got a city of 2 million people and 50,000 pregnant women, and you cut off their water and their electricity because you're telling me that 0.0004% of their population, you're going to do this to 2 million people, but you're the good guy because the day before you went to massacre entire fucking families, you told them to leave from 2 routes. You ever been to a concert? You remember how long it takes you to get the fuck out of a concert? Because 10,000 people were all in the same place? But these motherfuckers are telling us that they're merciful. Because before they go to massacre a Palestinian family who they know fucking good and well houses no Hamas, quote, terrorists, they're going to eliminate those people. Because this is not about finding Hamas. This is about breaking the will and spirit of these people. Not to mention the $100+ trillion worth of recoverable natural gas that the Gazans are apparently sitting on. Nah, none of us are cool with you responding to the death of 1,000 people. Rest in peace to those beautiful Jewish people. But none of us are cool with you fucking killing 17,000 fucking innocent Palestinians that had nothing to do with the shit.
Hell no.
Secondly, you're not talking to one of these silly people that all their experience is Fox News. You guys are going on Fox News and saying that all you can do is fucking drone bomb these people into fucking eternity because how else can you find Hamas? I'm sorry, but I know personally for a fact that the Israelis brag without fucking cessation about how good their Tier 1 operators are, and they're putting their Tier 1 operators along the line of our Tier 1 operators. Do you know, dear listener, do you know what Tier 1 operators across the world, do you know what they specialize in? It's called CQB. CQB. You know what that is? That's called close quarter battle. You ever seen those war movies? Dude kicks in the door, one guy goes left, one guy goes right, and they're looking at 90-degree angles, clear, all that shit? Yeah. The Israelis have a tier 1 unit. And the Mossad is the greatest intelligence. This is the way they say it. We've got the greatest intelligence unit in the world. Great. Sadak. Mashallah. Good. So you've got great intelligence. It's about a 2 square mile area, right? And you've got tier 1 operators that are right in line with our guys, right? So if you guys are so good, all you got to do is a bunch of house to houses, just like we did in Fallujah. We didn't bomb fucking Fallujah. You know what we did? We sent the fucking Marines in there. We sent 19-year-old boys in there. That's what we did. Do you know what happened? They killed 2 of our security contractors in Blackwater, killed them, set them on fire, dragged them through the streets, and hung them over a bridge. This was during the Bush administration. So Bush said, for real? Cool. You know what we did? We dropped that. We had psychological operators drop thousands of leaflets with very graphic pictures of dead bodies, and we were saying, if you are here in this city by this time, you are gonna end up like this. Yeah, we did that shit. And then we sent in the Marines, and we went house to house to house, and we took those fucking casualties, and we cleared everything. We fucking leveled that city with 19-year-old boys. So don't fucking tell me that all you can do is bomb 17,000 people. Fuck that shit. You're a fucking liar. You guys have the best intelligence in the world, and you have tier 1 operators that are right in line with our tier 1 operators. You're cross-trained with them. I know that for a fact. So you're killing those people because you're on a genocide operation. Shout out to Robbie Swab, whatever the fuck his name is. But Brianna was saying, hey, the Israelis have killed 17. He said, this is disgusting to compare numbers. She said, what? He said, it's disgusting. It's gross to compare numbers as if what's happening on one side is worse than the other side. It's really convenient. It's really fucking convenient, Robbie, for you to say you didn't care about numbers. You know what's interesting to me? This is the same group of people that if you question certain numbers, you will end up in prison in Europe. Huh? This is the same group of people that were very interested in telling us that there were 40 beheaded babies. They cared about numbers then, which was a fucking lie. I believe the Israelis themselves said that there was one baby KIA in the entire operation from Hamas, and 30% of the KIA were former IDF, according to the fucking Israelis. That means that Hamas had a higher righteous kill ratio than the Israelis in spades. I'm talking about entire families gone. Entire families. I'm talking about people reporting from a church, taking refuge in a church, and then the next thing you see is all of them are fucking gone. And you got Americans sitting there talking about, well, I don't want to play a numbers game, blah, 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 blah. If you ever were confused like I was as a child at how normal, good Christian Germans could watch as their fucking neighbors were herded in like fucking cattle, never to be seen again. If you were confused as to how the fuck that can happen, look at the American evangelical right-wing response to the suffering of these fucking Palestinians created in the image and likeness of God. We're the only fucking people that don't get it.
And it's not even comparable in that sense, because the Christian families that were beside the Jewish families that were sending them away, like, their families were at risk. Christian Americans, your families aren't at risk if you speak out against this horrible action that's happening against these people. And yet it's radio silence, or it's only like looking at the one side and not looking at what's happening over there. It's so frustrating. It's really frustrating to me personally because of my upbringing in the church. There was a very high focus on Israel and all of that. And so the support that I have seen over the years for them has been like I've ever been around. And so now to see that people are not looking at what they're doing and they're just completely washing over it like this isn't happening, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
Respectfully, you're not wrong, but what is the solution? The Palestinians voted Hamas into power in a free election, and the first thing they did was end free elections. Well, Why would the Palestinians vote for Hamas?
Right, that's the question.
Why would they do that? Secondly, Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal according to the United Nations. Those Israelis voted that motherfucker in 4 times. So respectfully, what should the Palestinians do in response to that? I asked somebody one time, I said, tell me the name of the captain of Hamas's Air Force. He said, "Oh yeah, I know. I forgot the guy's name. Whatever. What's your point?" I said, "You didn't forget the guy's name because no such thing exists. There is no equivalence between Hamas, about 400 dudes outfitted with AK-47s, and Israel, who is getting aerodynamic technology from us that's fucking experimental. There's no comparison." At all. The reason the Palestinians voted in Hamas is because Hamas are the only ones that will actually do something to get some movement going. Because if you live under oppression, you're going to want somebody who can systematize resistance. That's how we got this country, Mojo. I'm sure you know that. So the solution is very simple. Everybody knows what the solution is. All the Israelis have to do is go back to the 67 borders and you will have peace tomorrow. The Israelis refuse to do so. That's what's happening. Mm-hmm. Look, I don't think Jews are bad. I don't think Turks are bad. I think all of us are bad. Mm-hmm. But we got to have some lines. It's okay. You're always going to have certain groups of people that you favor over other groups of people. It's like I always say, black folks, we don't care about golf, but everybody was happy when Tiger's out there dominating them white folks. You kidding me? All of us were rocking red Nike shirts after that. So there's nothing wrong with that. But y'all got kids just like I got kids. Take some time and watch these videos from these Palestinians when they're digging out their children out of the rubble. Take some time. I've watched the video of the attack on the 7. I watched it. I made myself watch. It's horrible. I cried and I cussed up a storm and prayed up a storm. The same. But you can't compare that to what's happening. 8,000 people, whole families are gone. Whole entire families are gone. This is a silent count for me. Rest in peace to all the dead. May God avenge them all. Every last one of them.
And bring them peace.
And that includes all of those who we've killed. Rest in peace. Much love to all you beautiful people that we've lost. Holy shit. We got to figure this out, y'all. Vin and Sori on the side of the break. River Roth in this bitch. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at vinsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
Rubbish. That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord. Kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Completely non-controversial songs. Completely non-controversial songs, for
Yeah,
sure.
you guys know what you're doing.
The second River Roth song is on the way. I know there's a lag.
It'll catch up.
The lag will catch up, for sure. Don't worry about it. Second River Roth song on the way. What the hell? Oh, my God. Can you...
My dip? You're like, babe, you should eat.
That's-
Then you're like, that's gross.
I didn't tell you. All right, guys, here we go. Next one is the Pogues. The Pogues is the name of the band.
The Pose?
The Pogues. P-O-G-U-E-S. I think. So, hey, put that shit down phonetically. Okay.
Thousands are sailing.
Geist of Razgris, the Pogues. I don't know what Geist of Razgris is. I've seen that twice.
I don't know if that's the album or if.
Okay, here it is from River themselves. This November we lost Shane McGowan. Hey, Shane McGowan. What's his name? Matthew Moyer was talking about him just now.
Really?
We lost Shane McGowan, a talented singer and poet, one of the best of the best. The Pogues brought a punk edge to their folk music thanks to Shane's influence. His lyrics have always touched me to a degree. This song, Thousands Are Sailing, focuses on the Irish diaspora. Holy, that never gets talked about. Those who left Ireland during the war, the worst of the famine. That was that potato famine, everybody died.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think. Help me out here, Riff. That only within the last few years the population of Ireland has recovered from. Damn. Okay.
Isn't that crazy? Because doesn't it seem like it really wouldn't take much for us to fix that problem, like America?
What do you mean?
They have a potato shortage.
I don't know what the conditions were in our place at the time.
Oh.
We weren't always the top dog, you know. I mean, that was, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm an American, so I believe that we always were.
You always find some way to blame America for this shit.
No, I'm just saying, no, I wasn't blaming America. What I'm saying is sometimes there must be, like, smaller areas that those problems would be very easily. I mean, we'd probably throw away more potatoes than they lost.
I'm sure the English could have helped, you know what I'm saying? But maybe the English caused it. Who knows? They're usually the bad guy in the story. All right, shout out to England.
Oh, my God.
The words thousands are sailing again across the ocean where the hand of opportunity draws tickets in a lottery are resonant as they were when the song came out originally. The album, It's Off, If I Should Fall From Grace with God, is an incredible album and one I highly recommend you give a listen to at some point. Wow. Okay, so I'm going to be looking for Thousands Are Sailing Again Across the Ocean where the hand of opportunity draws tickets in a lottery. That is smart. That is smart. That's a smart line. All right, guys, here we go. Let me get these lyrics up, and then we're going to be taking off, dear listener.
I'm doing two screenshots, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't know. Gotcha. No, that's a
one.
System of a Down song. Talk to the people.
Yeah.
I really want to get these lyrics
Okay.
down. Damn.
All right, you guys. So we have, 3 more songs left?
I think so.
On tonight's stream. Get ready because we're about to go into this one. I seem to be snapping those lyrics right now. I'd say ask me anything, but by the time you put up a question, we're going to be starting the song.
That's why I keep telling you to just tell them anything instead of ask me anything. All right, guys, here we go. The Pogues. Thousands Are Sailing, I think is the name of the song.
Thousands are
sailing. Thousands
Are
are sailing. Let's go.
The island that is silent now, but the ghosts still haunt the waves. And a torch lights up a famished man who fortune could not save. Did you work upon the railroads Did you ride the streets of crime? Were your dollars from the White House? Were they from the 5 and dime? Did the old songs start to cheer you? And did they still make you cry? Did you count the months and years? Or did your teardrops quickly dry? I know for things was not to be on a copping ship. I came here and I never even got so far that they could change my name. Thousands are sailing across the western ocean to a land of opportunity that some of them will never see. Fortune prevailing across the western ocean. Their bellies full, their spirits free. They'll break the chains of poverty and they'll dance. In Manhattan's desert twilight, in the dead of afternoon, we stepped hand in hand on Broadway, like the first men on the moon. And a blackbird broke the silence as you whistled, it's so sweet. And in Brendan Behan's footsteps, I danced up and down the street. When we said goodnight to Broadway, giving it our best regards, took our hats to Mr. Cohen, dear old Times Square's favorite bird. Then we raised a glass to JFK and a dozen more besides. When I got back to my empty room, I suppose I must have cried. Thousands are sailing again across the ocean. We're a hand of opportunity, just tickets in a lottery. Postcards are mailing the skywise skies and oceans, from rooms that they like never sees. And lights don't glow on Christmas trees. And we dance to the music and we dance. Thousands are sailing across the western ocean with a hand of opportunity, trust tickets in a lottery. Wherever we go, we celebrate the land that makes us refugees from fear of priests with a tea place, from guilt and weeping effigies. Now we dance to the music and we dance.
That is a, it's a real, again, shout out to Riff. It's a, I'm going to ask a provocative question, but it's, I don't know what the there's this joke somebody talked about the oppression Olympics. And
the oppression Olympics?
Yeah, because
okay.
it's like that Ben guy said, nobody suffered like us. You know, Jewish. Nobody suffered like us, all the black people. What the fuck? What the fuck do you mean? And it's like which, it's like I said the previous one, there's only one genocide that all of us in the Western world were grown up told and talked about.
Yep. That's
the only one we're talked about. That's the only one we care about. And if you question any part of that narrative, you could end up in prison in some place. You could destroy your career. You can go from a billionaire to not. We know a lot about the black suffering that happens in America, but we don't really know a lot about what the Irish endured. You saw it a little bit in Braveheart, and that's why Braveheart to this moment is I think part of the reason it was a classic is because a lot of us were like, we didn't know this story. And I'm sure there's bunches of stories like that. I mean, you know, if the sun never set on your empire, that means you got beef with a lot of fucking people. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
And so it was like, wow, like you really don't know. I was watching something one time, and you know, at the end of the day, like, I'm extremely critical of America. I blame America for the genocide that we're participating right now in, and I would say that if we don't stop participating in the genocide, we're going to pay for it. And there's a part of me that feels like, at some level, the reason we have all these mass shootings and things like that, in a way that other countries do not, I think is part of God's hand of judgment against us. And I'm saying this as a person.
Get out of one of those.
We were the most, sorry, UNLV took over the spot, but prior to UNLV, we lost 18 people literally in our city. And we were here when the shit was happening.
Literally, we were moments away from it. Less than 10 minutes.
But it's fascinating to think about, wait a second, yep, black people have suffered. But when you think about America, right? I was listening to this. And again, I'm critical of America. I was just critical of my country 2 seconds ago. But everybody knows at the end of the day, like, I'm going down with the ship, bro. Period. Period. I wasn't even born here. It's crazy. Me and my brother talk about it a lot. Like, it's like, the shit we've done. Like, we weren't even born. Like, but this is my country, yo. End of the day, period. And one of the things that like really got me, it was the summer, I'll never forget, was at that shelter. We were in Brooklyn. And 4th of July was going on, and they were doing a 4th of July special. I don't even know if they do that shit anymore on network TV, but it was a 4th of July special, and the whole day was talking about America. And one of the things the guy said, he said, America is utterly unique in the stage of the world because America was a concept before it was a country. And he said, what is an American? It's a person who's come from all over the world to take part in this project and say, yeah, I can do something with that concept. Now, of course, at the time, you know, I was an 8th grader. It was a completely idealized understanding of it. But at the end of the day, there is some truth to it. So then it's like, that means all the stories of people in this country belong to me then. And all my stories then belong to you. Because America is not about it's about, do you believe in this concept and can you push this concept forward? Can you, right? And so that means then that we have a right to these stories, man. Because there's a lot of Irish people, there's a lot of O'Connells and shit in this country that have contributed so much to this country. Why am I not hearing their stories, right? And so it's like, yo, I want to hear that fucking story, bro. So thank you. No, real shit. Thank you, Rip, for that. Because it's like, yo, I want to hear how, you know, I got people in my mind that they were Irish. You know what I'm saying? And they were like 1%ers, man, and without equal. And it's like, when I hear a story like that, and then I hear about the stubbornness of those people, like the refusal to quit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And like we're gonna fucking live and all. I go, okay, that explains that guy. Now I've got like because me, like, I know about my ancestors and shit, and a lot of that shit was in play for me for sure. Like, you know, second day without water and shit, you know, selection. I was like, I am not gonna let these people beat me. I got my ancestors and my genetics. I'm not gonna fucking quit. You know what I'm saying? That was part of it for sure. And like,
I bet.
Yeah, and like to like when you're in real close, austere situations, like people have these little rituals and shit, and it just kind of gives a kind of context. Shout out to Controller of Minds, holy smokes. Yeah, man. Yeah, nobody was welcome. We all willed away. Nobody was welcome. Yeah, like the Irish had to fight, scratch, and claw. But that line was crazy. It's like where like this is a land of opportunity. You know, so long as you win the lottery. You know, which is kind of a. We talked a little bit about grind culture yesterday, and like there's a whole understanding that you can make capitalism work for you if you work really, really hard. I believe that to a degree, but I also think the ability to work really, really hard over long periods of time is an actual talent that people take credit for that I do not believe everybody has.
I agree. I agree. I used to think that everybody could have that. I don't think it anymore.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not sure I believe that. And so, if it is a talent, the ability to focus, grind, work really hard, conceptualize idea, and go to the grindstone until you physicalize that concept. If that is a talent, then what is your obligation for people who don't have that talent? And that's where a lot of these economic debates happen, and I don't think people are talking about it at that level because all of us are assuming the ability to focus and grind is some sort of thing that you earn. And I think that it's actually backwards. Really, really good song. Gave me a lot of real kinship with my Irish brethren and sistren, which is a strange thing to feel. But I'm in America, so fuck it. I'm with y'all today. I'm Irish today. Fuck it. So shout out to all the.
Does that mean I should kiss you?
The Italians are also not welcome. They were called wops, without papers.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. So, yeah, man, shout out to everybody, man, that came down here
some of my
and
friends
believed in the concept. However you came here, believed in the concept and fucking pushed it forward, man. Shout out to everybody. That's cool.
She said that they used to call them fobs. I said, what's that? It means fresh off the boat. This is kind of insulting, too, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they were using it to diss each other, you know.
We'll be back on the other side of the break. This song's a 9.4 for me. What do you give it?
I guess I would give this one a 9 point. All right, 9.30. That's what I was gonna say, and then he said it.
Yeah,
9.3.
right. Rest in peace to the homie Shane McGowan. We'll see you soon, inshallah.
Also, rest in peace to our children that are being loud when they're not supposed to be. Bring the commercial, babe.
Commercial break. Commercial break. We shall return, dear listener. Commercial break. We'll be right back. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
Rubbish. That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed. A child shall lead them to buy disgusting dip. All right, guys, here we go.
You guys, it's that chicken buffalo cheese
disgusting.
dip.
I don't even want to freaking
tortillas.
hear about it, please. Thank you.
Delicious.
Orbit Culture is the name of the band. Middle Earth is okay. Orbit Culture. That song. I forgot that. I believe. I listened to that like 2021. That was my jam the entire year 2021. That was the song of the year for me. We really should do the Grammys at the end of the year. I think people would really like that. But the Vinnies. I think we should call it the Vinnies. The Vinnies. The Vinny Award. Yeah. That will complete everybody's Vin is an egomaniac thing. That'll complete the circle. This award ceremony named after him. Where he awarded guitarists who are orders of magnitude better than him with a statue of himself.
Here you are. It's just gonna be your head.
Yeah.
A golden head.
Yeah.
A golden Vinny.
The golden head of Sori. No, that'll be just for me. No, the Vinny, guys, the Vinny Awards. It might be coming to a theater near you. Might be coming to a theater near you.
No, that's only for me. Okay.
All right.
So Grizzle Bears, I believe, is the name of the. Yep, right here.
Oh,
that's our DJ of this song.
Grizzle Bear is the Sound of the Bell. Comments, Orbit Culture, Sound of the Bell. This band never hits me with their full-length album.
But I always love their EPs. The Forgotten came out December 1st, 2023. And again, I love it.
Okay.
This is the last of the 3 tracks on the EP. This is
Sound of the Bell by Orbit Culture. Oh, okay, I see what he was saying. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Shout out to Orbit Culture, who apparently cannot make very good full-length records, but make wonderful EPs.
According to Grizzle Bears.
Hey, listen, guys, we'll be interviewing you soon. Don't be angry.
Yes, Ben, I knew it was you, but I didn't know if you wanted to be announced.
Don't be angry at us. Don't be angry at us.
Yeah.
Okay?
Leave us out of it.
He said it. So,
yeah.
Watch out for that Orbit Culture interview.
And just so you know, Grizzle Bears is Ben Bear.
Right. Grizzle Bears is Ben Bear, guys.
So go after him.
Yeah. We'll clip this for you guys. Don't worry. All right, here we go. Orbit Culture, The Forgotten. Let's do it. What's the timestamp?
Pull it back up. It said it on there.
Oh, okay.
In the Trello.
Give it a second, boys and girls.
So
give it a second.
We can do this right there.
10:36 to the end. Last song on the EP. Gotcha. All right. Well, as Ben Beer says, get him up.
Don't worry about the lag. It's gonna catch up.
The lag will catch up.
Panic.
Don't worry. Don't panic.
Just refresh. Refresh your browser.
Because they're losers.
It's 10:36 is what he said?
Yeah, so I'm just going to play it on low, and then when it gets there,
yep.
when it gets to 10:35, then we're going to start.
Get ready, you guys. Don't forget to get those likes up.
Yeah, guys. Flood the thing with likes now.
The more we have, the more we do.
All 4 of you left in the room. All right, hold on. There we go. Okay. All right, guys, here we go. Orbit Culture is the name of the band. What did you say the name of the song was?
I don't know. I just remember...
You don't remember anything?
No, all I remember was Grizzle Bears.
I can't remember anything.
You remember that? You remember that show with that? Oh, you're not gonna probably know. It was a guy that was like in the woods. Grizzly Adams. That's what it makes me think of. I think that was his name.
I didn't watch any of them shows.
Bearded man. He lived around with the bears.
I didn't watch any of them shows.
I figured not. That's why I decided to stop. But then I said, you know what? Fuck it. Maybe somebody in the comment section knows.
All right, guys, give it a second. The thing is not recovering as quickly as I anticipated.
I don't even remember really what the show was about. I feel like that the man lived out there with the bears, but then I also feel like I saw him fighting a bear. So I don't know what that show was even about, or how it slipped through the cracks for us to watch, because our viewing stations were limited. Very, very limited, and they would come in spurts. All of a sudden, we'd have the
cable for like a couple of months, and then, you know, my parents would get highly offended by what they saw and shut the whole thing down.
Song of the Bell is the name.
Yes,
of
Sound
this,
of the Bell. That's
Sound
right.
of the Bell is the name of this song.
Yeah.
I don't know why why we're so chippy. It's definitely not the internet. So that's not what it is. It shall recover very soon, dear listener. For now, listen to the soft side.
The last time when it was around 2 o'clock, it shut our thing down.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
All right, let's do it. Really like this song.
Shout out to Matthew, who's going to do a stream coming up that's going to disturb us all. All right, this one. Wait, why are you laughing?
Because
you enjoyed it.
Yeah, you know, like when I really like something a lot, I just start laughing how good it is.
You laugh at a lot of things.
It's
you laugh
true.
at things you really like. You also laugh when you're really pissed.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
You also laugh when something's genuinely funny to you.
That's true. I laugh a lot. It's true.
Yeah, there's a lot of different types of laughs.
No.
Then there's also one that's like really
that's
dark.
Why I'm like, and you're like, what?
Wait,
I'm like, what?
We're having fun. Are we though?
Really? Kid just fell on his ass. What's the problem?
Oh my gosh, I was watching a video. I'll post it on my Facebook if you guys want to see it. I was watching this video. Some videos that like I watch that make me laugh. Like I just think if this could send someone to hell, I would probably be going to hell because I'm laughing at these people. But I'll laugh so hard, like tears are just streaming down my face, and it's always at somebody else's misfortune.
So I just laughed at the way you pronounced misfortune.
So
it's always someone's misfortune.
See, and then he laughs also when he's making fun of people. There's a lot of reasons Vin laughs.
Hey, I make fun of myself too. Right? Hey, I was laughing about the license thing. We had a good chuckle about that one. That was at my expense, right?
Yep.
Wasn't it? Wasn't I supposed to be embarrassed about that some shit? Right?
Well, wait, oh yeah, that license thing. Oh,
yeah.
We had 2 license conversations today.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So this one was the sound of it was really fun. What did you love about it?
Well, I love the song. I don't know how to feel about that whole mass shooting situation.
Which one? The one that just happened?
Yeah. Welcome to America, guys. I don't feel good about the mass shooting situation. It's like, which one? I don't know how to feel about it because, like I said, I saw a picture of, I was going through your phone, I saw a video of Orion and Reza, and it was one of those slow-mo videos. And so I saw Orion, make a break to Reza.
It's adorable because first he takes a pile of leaves, throws it in the air, and then as the leaves are both coming down, then he turns around and runs toward his brother, grabs onto him, and does this slow motion spin around.
Yeah, hug, and and they're
hugging.
So photogenic. They're so beautiful. And I have 2 thoughts, like immediately when I see that video.
I'll post that video too.
And I haven't been able to look at it since I saw it. But one of the things was, one of the sites that got hit that night was a bowling alley. And Soraya had said earlier that day, man, we should go out. The kids are all cooped up in here. And I said, yeah. I thought to myself, that'd probably be fun for them. And then right in my mind, I saw Reza running all over the place. And I said, nah, because he'd never been to a bowling alley.
You didn't say nah to me.
Yeah, I said nah to myself, basically. So, like, we would have been there. So, you know, everybody always says, oh, if I would have been there X, Y, or Z, I would have done X, Y, and Z. There were two people who stormed the shooter and, you know, they ended up dying. But they were part of saving the lives of a bunch of kids. There was a guy who, he got hit like 6 times, but he was shielding these kids, and it was a bowling alley, and he was basically shepherding these kids like
Down
into
where the bowling pins go.
where the
like
pins
the
go.
pins go.
And he just basically just took all these bullets for these kids. And while he was doing that, there were two guys, and the two guys were literally best friends. They were best, like you saw one, you saw the other. And they rushed the shooter, and they both didn't end up making it. And so when I'm looking at the song, you know, it says the sound of the bells now are gone, but that's not the one that got me. It was where he talked about holding my hand. You know, you hold my hand for if this is the last time I hold your hand, I'll remember this is the last time I'll see you. The fear it came alive, and I just thought about those two friends. Those two best friends who, I mean, you know, the song's talking about sirens and things like that and echoes and rounds going off and I'm just thinking about my kids, and I'm like, just the sheer volume of kids that we have, what's the likelihood that you wouldn't have lost any of your kids, bro? And so like,
And he wasn't targeting kids, but some of our kids are so big, they don't look like kids.
And they're so rambunctious. I mean,
Yeah, we would have been all split up because
that's how you have to strategize. Yeah. That's how you have to do it, because there's a whole fucking football team in that bitch. So I've been struggling a lot with a lot of because it's very easy for me to solve that problem. I'll say, all right.
Become hikers.
No, I know how to solve that problem, man. Like, I really know how to solve that problem. But when I left certain things, I'm like, yo, like, I left that behind, blah, blah, blah. And I'm preaching as much peace as I possibly can. But I'm not going to talk. I mean, there's certain things, like, you know about that night that I'm not going to talk about publicly ever, but it's difficult because I really want to live according to my principles. And at the same time, I'm like looking at that video and being like, I never but want to be in a situation where I cannot. Some people need killing, man. And Red, I never want to be in a situation like that where. So it's tough, man. It's hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
Trying to, because I take Jesus really seriously, man. I really do.
That's what keeps happening to me too. I think to myself, wait a minute, you're not always around. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what if I land in a situation like that with my kids? What if those two guys together couldn't? You know what I mean? And then I'm like, it makes me want to, get a license and carry a weapon. But then I'm like, there's no way that I can, because the Bible says if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And we're pacifists in our religion. That's what Jesus taught us. But I also am struggling heavily with it. Because I know that you've been to the range, you have an accurate shot. So there's a part of me that wants to tell you, strap up, babe. So we have something if something happens, but I want to follow Jesus completely in it, but it is testing my faith to know that I could be in a circumstance where I don't think I have enough faith as far as prayer goes in a situation like that. Or the faith to believe that God could carry me if he took, one or multiple of our children in an event like that. It's a very, very challenging thought, because there's a part of me that is a pacifist, and then there's a part of me that's like, fuck no. I don't care if I abandon those principles. I will kill you if you do anything to my family. I don't know. It is definitely, after being in the city when it happened, like...
I mean, it's not anything.
Man.
I mean, people have done a lot of bad things to our family. We never thought about killing them.
No, I'm talking about somebody's coming
yeah.
specifically with a weapon.
Yeah.
Anything in the context of a gun I'm talking about.
Just pray for me, y'all. I mean, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best, man, but... You know, it's tough. It's tough to I'm not willing to, I don't love my enemies like that. So,
Me neither. I wasn't even trying to until you just said that, and that was like a little shocking to me because I was like, all I'm trying to do is figure out how I'm not going to try to... How I'm going to follow that principle if I'm in a situation. I don't know. You know what I mean? And then you say that, and I'm like, supposed to love your enemies. That's right. We're supposed to pray for them. God.
I mean, I don't
Ian.
I don't have a problem praying for them. Like I prayed for people.
I'm saying you don't know what that enemy until they're already in there shooting around in the room. I'm not going to be praying for them then, probably.
I pray for people.
Praying for my kids.
I pray for people in that situation.
No kidding, really?
Yeah, they needed it too.
You prayed for them?
Yeah, they died though. Those people died, and I knew that's but like. I don't know. I'm trying so hard to follow this shit, bro. Like, because I take it real serious. Like, the first Christians, their whole families died, bro. So, like, we're not better than them. And then, but I can't do it, man. Like, I'm not at that point. You know? And the other thing, too, is, like, I'm not at that point with other people's kids either, bro.
Nope.
I have a really hard time with, like, going home to my family, and I sat there and watched other people's kids die, bro. Like, so I'm really struggling with that shit because I'm really trying to follow this dude because I love him, but...
And I believe that what he says is the best way. It's just... I love my kids. But so do all the other parents that, in Palestine. I only let myself think about those situations so long before I pull out of it because...
I'd be on a fucking plane, dude. I'm telling you, I'd be on a plane. Yeah, man, another silent count for me, man. Like, rest in peace to all of our dead in Maine. Rest in peace to those two. Greater love is no man that will lay his life down for his friend, man. And those two dudes ran up there and they did their best, man. Between them two dudes and then that guy who took those 6 bullets for them kids, those kids are alive today. So, yeah, man. Rest in peace to all our dead. I really appreciate this song a lot. We got one more song, dear listener. Just the silent count for me, just because.
Yeah, the nature of it.
Yeah, it's tough. I love this song. I don't know if I'm ever gonna listen to it though.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a good song.
All right, guys. We'll be back.
Right back.
One more song. Thank God it didn't end on this situation. Did not. What a fucking night. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you review, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
Rubbish. That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. Buy our merch indeed. Here, come here, buddy. Let me get some of those on you. And hold on, guys. I just realized the kid's lips are super dry, so I'm putting some chapstick. You want some too? Here you go. There you go, boys. All right. Buy our merch. Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
Are we still chippy?
I don't think so. That's good to me.
All right, dear listener. One more song. Un mas.
This one is from the big homie Negative Vibes.
What? Somebody's back by the Kremlin? Holy shit, he's being serious. This is Negative Vibes? Is this Negative Vibes?
I believe so. It's right here, right?
All right. Let's see what Mr. Negative Vibes has to say.
You know, I don't have my phone to send any messages off.
So?
Okay, you told me to send a message.
Oh, I took care of that. That's already.
Okay. The Gathering, Travel. Negative has to sit. This is Negative Vibes comment. This is one of Anna Marie Anarchy Van Guyver's version strongest. Bold due to Middle Earth cutting and pasting. Live performances that I know of. Also, the part of the end when she brings up all the past and present singers to join her for the last bit is super cool. Okay, The Gathering.
The Gathering Travel. TG25 live at Doornroosji.
All right, let's check it out.
DOORNNROOSJE. Please be quiet, you horrible children. We've had enough of you and your lies, so if you can't be quiet, we'll kick all of you out into the cold night air. All right, guys, here we go. This is a wonderful way to parent your children, things of that nature. This is the life of the YouTuber. It's real. It's not all glamour. All right, here we go. The Gathering Travel. Let's do it.
Synchronizing their way through your weary
guys. I just want to rewind it to see if the video will finally catch up, because we're not chipping anymore. Because the video is really important. So give me a second, guys.
Wow. Unbelievable. Negative vibes. What in the world? That is amazing.
First of all, praise God for negative vibes. This is probably the deepest night we've had in probably the last 6 months on the show. Apologize for the ridiculous length of this this particular show. Well, we went a lot of places tonight, but it was good to have a song that to me was ultimately a celebration of the human spirit. You know, there's a passage that Sori and I have been talking about in Proverbs 8 where God is personified, and some people say it's a feminine voice, some people say it's a masculine voice. I'm not really going to discuss what I believe at this moment, but there's a line that one of our favorite preachers used to use, and it was always talking about rejoicing over the sons and daughters of Adam, rejoicing over the children of men. And I was daily his delight, rejoicing over the children of men. And there is nothing in the text that says what it is about human beings that makes God rejoice. And I remember thinking to myself, because I had to teach on the passage one time, and I remember thinking to myself, like, yo, how am I gonna teach this? How am I gonna communicate this? Because I'm looking at the text, trying to figure out what it is about man specifically that this divine person is rejoicing over. And then finally I got the answer, and it was just being men, man. That's it. Just being a boy, just being a girl, just being a man, just being a woman, human beings doing their thing. That's what I was rejoicing over. Nothing else. Just existing as human beings, man. I got a friend, and he does this D&D stuff, and you don't know D&D, blah blah blah. It's corny, nerds. It's cool. I get it. And I've never been in that culture, but there was this conversation that they had in this game that they basically made up impromptu. I don't know how these games go, but it was such a fascinating, interesting discussion on theology, philosophy, and they had somehow worked it into this game to where it was a valid conversation. And I was just like looking back and I laugh when I see something that I like.
Oh, there's another laugh.
I actually showed you that, but you were like out of consciousness, so you were like out of there. I'm like, yo, look at this. I was like, I don't know. It was an ungodly hour, and you guys know our crazy ass schedule, but like, just human beings, man. And when they get together and they form their little groups and they say, hey, let's do something. And I don't know what specifically, negative vibes, who specifically they were talking about, but it was like some artist that apparently died the fate of most artists, which is not realizing the reception and the appreciation of what you've done. Mm-hmm. Apparently this person endured a bunch of criticism, and it looked like they ended up not being able to I believe in the interview Annika said the song actually said the song was about Mozart, which is really fascinating. I'm both an Orthodox Christian and a big Manson fan, like Eastern Rite Orthodox, because we've been actually looking into Orthodox pretty deeply recently.
I mean, I've also been looking at it, not as deeply as he does, but in my own way.
Yeah, but you don't like them dudes, and we all know what happens once you don't like them dudes. You're not gonna listen much to what they have to say after that.
Oh no, that's not true. I actually like the mystical side of what they're saying. I just want I was disappointed that they made a giant claim that I thought was going to fit into the other discussion, and then when it really didn't have any basis, that was a bit disappointing.
They didn't have any basis from a Western understanding of how we look at things. And I agree with you, but you got to understand we're Western, so we're looking at it from a Western.
Well, then you're going to have to explain that later, because I thought they have zero. I don't even see how to me it just seemed like they were just talking all their ass. It didn't seem like we were really holding on to anything. So yeah, I'd like to see that.
This song was incredible. I loved the song, and I loved how classy. First of all, stage presence is a real thing, man.
Yep.
And like, there are different degrees of stage presence. That was like, it was beyond stage presence. It was like, we've been talking about so many weird things, and so I don't want to like, but it was almost like she was channeling that consciousness of whoever she was talking to, and like she was connecting with this person, whoever this being was that inspired her so much. Like she was really connecting with the music. And apparently, you know, because it talked about melodic stanzas are symphonizing their way through your weary head to feed your distrust, and fills its mouth with the desire to soulfully be one with your creation. Not a subject to control, you call upon a higher power and help for inspiration. The crowd waits and turns their faces towards you expectantly. You give them what they need, but their useless criticism makes you die a bit more inside. Not a subject to control, you call a higher. So, like, she's upset about people criticizing the greatness of Mozart, which is massively interesting considering. Yeah, like but it was such a beautiful moment of a tribute to a human being. It was human beings speaking across time and space, which again I can't. It's already been 4.5 hours for you poor people, but a human being speaking across time and space to another human being who created art that transcended time and space and reached her. Just think about all those implications. And then everybody at the end, and then the guy giving her the hug, and she was so powerful. And there are some people who are so powerful that that the only thing they can do is share that power with other people. And that's God. Like, that's God-like. Like, that's what God does, right? Like, he's so secure in his power that he's like, hey, why don't you guys sit next to me? Like, we'll run this shit together. Like, there's plenty of universe to run, bro. And if we run out, I'll just make another one. We can all do this shit together. Like, that's what happens. So, like, God is up there and he sees a human being doing this. Like, look at what she's doing. She's got all this power and attention and glory. And she could say, me. Because this is the last song, so me. And she's like, we.
Yeah.
And if you can't see the beauty in that and the current world we're in, forget it. Forget it.
I actually thought that she was talking about, like, creating music. I thought she was talking about herself creating music. And when she said, to be soulfully one with your creation, as in, like,
incredible,
deeply connected with the music that you make, which is so fascinating because, you know, you said, do sounds want to be heard?
Yeah.
And, like, so there's...
I didn't say that. The great Ben Webb said that.
Right. So there's something that you create that's out there, but, like, how much of it is you? How much of it is what? I don't know.
Yeah.
And then she says, not a subject to control. I have a horrible relationship with control, especially at this point in my life. I'm, like, trying to not be a controlling person, but I realize that each year that goes by, I become more controlling. So
that's not true.
Oh, really? I feel like maybe I'm more aware of it. So it feels more. Oh, the children are saying untrue also. Okay, well, strike that from the record. I feel more controlling because I'm recognizing it, probably is what it is. But when she says, not a subject to control, you call upon a higher power for help and inspiration. When I'm in, like, this mode to do something artistic, whether it's, you know, writing or whatever, there are two modes that I can find myself in, which I thought that she was kind of talking about those, which is when you want to create something so badly and it just doesn't work. And then when she said, not a subject to control, you call upon a higher power for help and inspiration. And for me, like, that calling upon that higher power in those situations and it becoming about expression and art and I guess, like, the worship of something higher. Like, I don't know. Like, that's what I thought was going on, but apparently it was, like, Mozart that we were talking about.
Well, it was just so, like, in line. We talk about the concept of synchronicity, but it's so in line with everything we've been reading about because she says you want to be one with your creation. So she's talking about the music, and she's talking about, as an artist, and she knows this, you have such an affinity for the music you came up with that if you could enter into the notes, you would. You want to be as one, and that's why you'll see guitarists when they play and there's a note, it's like,
Yeah.
Like they're reacting physically as if the note is doing something to them. And it is, and I don't know how to explain it. It happens every single time, and that's why I have such a crazy like relationship with my guitar. But what she said was, you rely on a higher power, which is as close as Europeans are allowed to get when you're talking about God, I guess. Shout out to Europe. But like, she's saying you rely on a higher power for inspiration. And so there's this idea. This is one of my theory. My epistemology is revelational. We'll talk about that another time. But there's this idea that she is saying you're asking for inspiration, and all artists know about this. When you talk about the muse, your inspiration, whatever, there's something that happens that we don't control, that is non-physical and has no extension in time or space, that all artists know about, that is real.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that gives us the and it's crazy because when Christians talk about, when we talk about God writing the Bible, the term is inspiration, verbal plenary inspiration.
That's so interesting. I never thought of it that way.
And so like, what if the mechanism for inspiration for the Bible is the exact same mechanism for inspiration in art? And so we've got this atemporal, non-physical reality that the effects of which can be measured in a lab. You can measure notes and sound waves and things like that, but the genesis of which and the grounding of which is totally metaphysical. It's incredible what we're all caught up in. So we all know that something is happening in music that we can't explain. We all know that. But I thought that this woman captured it in her vocalizations, in the movements of her body, in bringing other people, all the other people in the band that were lead singers. That's an ultimate picture of the entire goal of all creation to me, is oneness, the sharing of power, the variegated glories that are on the stage, the lack of jealousy, the lack of I need to control this power and attention, but simultaneously the other people understanding she needs to be in the middle, let her be in the middle. The guy coming up hugging her, like I just loved all of it, and it's the best of human beings. And I don't know if any of them were Christians. They don't need to be. They're humans. You know what I'm saying? They don't need to be Christians to have that experience, but you do need to be a Christian to experience that forever. Join the team. I just loved it. It was a 10 for me again, and I've been very stingy with my freaking 10s, guys. But this night I give an 11. This night is an 11. This is one of my favorite nights of all time.
This has been an incredible journey.
It was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. Yep. Shout out to Dwayne Chamberlain.
It's crazy too because
shout out to John Lennon.
I don't usually pray before the streams start about the streams. Prayed last night about the stream, and tonight I prayed again about the stream. And I don't know, it's kind of interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Excellent song, guys. It's a 10 for me.
Yeah, 10 for me as well.
Really, really good song. Great song selection today. Thank you guys so much for having the lyrics there.
Flames, you guys.
This is a great stream. Shout out to Hell for show. Shout out to the Imperishable Flames, man. Love your guys' streams. You guys are great. Thank you for having the lyrics. Thank you for having a little intro.
We got another one coming on the 22nd.
All the rest of you have no obligations to do that. You can literally just send us a list of the songs. We'll do all the extra work. Thank you very much, all you beautiful people. God bless y'all. Indeed. Shout out to my homie Kai. Any solution for the birthday stream?
It's in process.
Me and her are going to talk about it, Kai. I want to make sure you're good. God, love, life, light, the spirit. Spirit little means breath of God is the breath of life. That's right, pal, sir. On that note, you beautiful people, we are out of here. Love your neighbor. Take care of each other. Jesus Christ is King.
Yes.
Perfect life, perfect death. Rose from the dead on the third day. In is returning the judge of living and the dead. Get on the team. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone.